How's it going, everyone? Back again, once again. It is me, Saint Zimus, Father Christmas here, providing you with the wonderful content that is this channel here. Welcome, guys. Merry Christmas. Although it's not Christmas proper, I was going to do this Christmas Day, but unfortunately, I will be out of state for Christmas. So, as a result, I am doing this stream tonight, which means probably we'll be doing the Godzilla Batman stream either New Year's if I'm here New Year's or later in the end of January. But yeah, thank you all for being here as always. What's up, ninjas? It's Joe Schmo. What's good, Asus? So be on a little bit. You're a little sick. I'm a little sick too. I'm fighting like 2 ear infections right now, so I'm in a lot of pain. But I bear with it because I love you guys. And a few people who have responded are in the back, which I'll introduce in just a second. Do this guy right here. So the Sea Monsters essay is running a few errands. So join probably a little late. That's completely fine. As long as you're joining, saying hey, liking the stream, all that wonderfulness. We appreciate you here in the wonderful Zim family. So I'm already joined by a few people. So I might as well show off the elves I have in my workshop. So the first elf, Ian, kind of looks a little bit like Santa anyways. It is Lizard King Productions. How's it going, man?
It's going and looks like a little bit like Santa. No, I do that as a side job, dude. I actually am Saint Nicholas.
He's the man, the myth, the legend. I'm just filling in for him. And
you are, and I will allow it this time.
Oh, I thank you. And the next person, my very QB looking elf. I'm not sure if it's a birth defect or something like that. It's the Minecraft world. How's it going?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Also, the QB-ness that was caused by my heart condition.
Oof.
I sincerely apologize.
And then the next person we've got is, I'm not sure why we allow this elf to stay on here. Like he's a big fan of like the newer Santa Clauses that are like skinny and stuff. Like he doesn't have really too much respect for the classic Santa Claus. It is Vic.
Hello.
And we've got another one. We call this elf the KK. It is Zakaiju Kuru. How's it going?
Lord Megatron has informed me that I am hijacking this stream to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog.
This is why we allow certain elves.
What was that all about?
Whoa! I am in this stream. I am Megatron.
No.
Oh, hell! Megatron! Oh, wait, I'm supposed to overthrow him. Never mind.
Second, I would like to say that I fucking called you were talking about Vic earlier.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's easy. It's too easy. But, and the last person, it's a Dr. Elf. It's a Dr. Godzilla. How's it going?
Hi, everybody.
Oh, no.
Hi,
Godzilla's
Dr.
joined the healthcare system now.
Sorry.
Okay, what show have I joined?
Luigi.
Godzilla Luigi.
Yeah, just a Tyrannosaurus with Godzilla's name labeled on it.
There you go.
So just 98?
Yeah,
basically.
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 But
wait, can any of you guys hear me? Oh, okay,
yeah,
cool.
we can hear you. You're good. Don't
finally. Good grief, what's going on here?
It's the goblins trying to mess with Santa's stream.
So, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Normally I wouldn't ask this, but I would like to go first since I'm not sure how long I'm going to be on. So I would just like to get mine out of the way. So
I'll let yours go first. If you have anything art related, put it in stream submissions. There was one person who sent me their story, so I'm going to read his first, only because he's not here on stream, and I don't think he's going to appear on stream. He's in the chat. So, since we'll begin, and I think what we'll do is we'll do Kuru, and then... What was that, Minecraft? You literally Optimus Primed your way around. I did not hear that. If you want to repeat yourself, Minecraft.
We put our stuff in stream submissions.
Yeah, anything you want to add, like you want to do as visuals, just put it in stream submissions.
Alrighty, cool.
Yep.
Oh shoot. I
that
forgot
should
to put
be for
mine in
people.
there.
Yeah, for anyone who is not familiar with it, Stream Submissions is in the art tab of the server. And if you are not in the server, I
doing?
will do. Yeah, what are you doing? First of all, thank you. This is why I have you else around. But I will give you guys a link right here if you haven't joined the Discord. Because after the stream ends, we're going to be watching Godzilla series. We're gonna watch 2 episodes.
Mm.
Woo!
Mm.
Empire Tyrants in here was good.
Oh, hey, dude.
But yeah, so
Also,
And I
art-
apologize if you guys hear me cut in and out. I'm in the
Don't
middle
worry.
of getting figures printed, so I apologize.
I think I can literally hear your 3D printer going off too.
Yeah, it just
my
rang.
internet-
I gotta get it out of the bath, and I gotta now cure it.
No, don't worry about it, my man.
Nice. Yeah,
But-
my internet is not great, so if I cut out from that, that's probably why.
Yeah, what the robot said.
Beep boop.
Beep boop.
Beep boop.
But yeah, so we'll do Striped Lizard 25's story submission, which he calls Godzilla Violent Outcome, which kind of takes place after his last submission that he did, which is Godzilla Warpath, which essentially his story goes that after the end of his story, there's a new organization that sprouts up called the World Giant Defense Nation, which is used to study Godzilla as well as essentially show off Godzilla to people around the world to get him more acclimated to people, which is interesting. And while this is going on, he introduces Captain Gordon, who is fighting off a bunch of Zillas, which is really cool. But they end up encountering a Hedorah that essentially overpowers that group, and they ends up making its way towards San Francisco. And so does Cameron Winters, along with his creatures, the chameleons. So now Gordon's in pursuit of 2 monsters, the chameleon Hedorah, as well as Cameron Winters themselves. While this is going on, Mickey is helping with the World Giant Defense Nation create an orca, but need Gordon's technical skills to help solve an issue with the mechanics of it. So Gordon in this universe is a fighter and a brilliant scientist, as Vegeta would once said. And in their pursuit, the chameleons and Hedorah converge on each other, and Hedorah is able to evolve into its final form and is able to kill off the remaining Zillas that are accosting them, along with injuring the chameleon, and uses its smog to cover up San Francisco, killing many. And during this time, Mickey is still trying to communicate with Godzilla to help him be more acclimated to humans, but that's still not working out. So in the meantime, the G-Force and the World Giant Defense Nation sends in Mogra to help deal with the problem of Hedorah, while Mickey tries to get into Godzilla's subconscious to help him kind of see the reason to help out humanity. And we come to the final battle between Hedorah's Mogra and Godzilla is able to exploit a weakness in Hedorah and blow it apart, saving San Francisco and winning the day. So that is Striped Lizard's pitch right there, which is a fun little pulpy story, introducing a lot of fun monsters and kind of combining some stuff from Final Wars, Heisei, and Godzilla the series.
Impressive.
Well, for one, I commemorate the use of Gordon.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with
use
the
of, any
Terminator.
use of Gordon is just objectively correct in any way because he's the
Exactly.
best character.
Can't go wrong with the Giga Chad, the Terminator, James Gordon. But with that out of the way, Kuru, the stage is now yours, my friend.
All right. So mine is a 2-parter, which I have titled as The Biohazards, which serves as a sequel to Godzilla X Kong, with the main goals of explaining Godzilla's mentality through the Wingard films and why he's been acting differently, while also still making it so that these actions have some very severe consequences later on for the later roadmap of what I have with my Monsterverse timeline, such as Echoes and Crystalline Empire. But I'm mainly talking about Biohazards. So, the main villains of Biohazards, for part 1, we have Biolante. For Biohazards Part 2, it is Hedora, but for right now, I will focus on Part 1. So, hang on, sorry, let me pull up the notes real quick.
Sorry if you guys are hearing whistles. It's me trying to clear out everything. So again, you're going to be hearing noises. I apologize. I am not doing this on purpose.
All right. So,
Yeah, and my sister has her dogs at home, so if they come in my room, you might hear barking.
yeah.
Don't worry. If anything, I have the ability to mute you guys if anything happens, so don't worry. Continue, Guru.
Biohazards opens on the same ancient civilization that we see in King of the Monsters that Godzilla is resting at. However, it now is a little bit on fire. We see just the general ruin before we cut to Godzilla, who is in his 2014 design. This is very clearly taking place several thousand years in the past, fighting against a final form Biollante. And he is just getting his ass beat. Because Biollante, I have her at 100 meters in height. Oh, sorry, 180 meters. And with him getting absolutely ragdolled. This then segues into the reveal of another monster. We get to see Anguirus and what he's like in the Monsterverse. And for the record, I'm introducing him in this flashback just to kill him. But
That's not nice.
You cannot disrespect my boy like that. If I was
Hey,
Italian,
hey,
I'd be
he
giving you
goes-
the gabagooey hand right now.
hey, he goes head.
No, I said I'd be giving you the gabagooey hand right now. I'd be like, hey, you can't be doing that. Can't be killing off my boy
Hey,
Anguirus like that.
hey, he goes out like a hero, so you know. We see that Anguirus is actually a very good partner for Godzilla in terms of fighting. They cover each other's weaknesses and blind spots quite well. And Anguirus, while not being as physically strong, makes up for it with just sheer tenacity. However, they're still fighting a losing battle as Biollante continues to use her vines such as whips, just cutting the two to ribbons. Godzilla and Anguirus are both covered in gash marks, and Biollante suddenly starts to glow green, firing up an acid spit. Godzilla manages to dodge the first one, but finds himself at the mercy of the second one. And in a shot that mimics him looking up at Mechagodzilla and GVK, we see the reflection of Biollante charging up the acid spit in his pupils before Anguirus tanks the hit for him. And we watch as the acid eats away at his chest as he falls into the same spot where his skeleton would be at the end in King of the Monsters, if you know what I'm talking about from the Serizawa sacrifice. I'm explaining why that was there, because that's where he died. This naturally enrages Godzilla, and he charges up his first atomic breath, which looks like that scene in GVK where he's like blasting down to the center of the earth. Like he's all that glowy and blue and stuff. It's going everywhere in his body. That's what I'm trying to explain. This then is fired directly at Biollante's core, which basically rips her body in half at the base. As her body
gruesome.
As Biollante begins to ignite in the flames, her spores begin to float up. Before finally Mothra shows up and manages to funnel all of her spores into a seal onto the altar that Godzilla is sleeping on in King of the Monsters. So, the ancient temple that Godzilla is sleeping in King of the Monsters was not just his home, it was a prison for Biollante. The scene then fades out as Godzilla lets out a roar in pretty much grief that is basically his, just Monsterverse roar mixed with the 1954 roar, as the scene would then fade into the opening credits of the movie. We then have a time skip towards the events of right after the events of GXK, where the UN is up Monarch's ass for the events of Rio de Janeiro. Is there anything you all want to mention yet?
I'm just listening. I'm saving my thoughts till after you get to the end because I think that's easier for everyone.
Yeah, me too.
We see
Ditto.
some of the scene then has some of the members of the King of the Monsters cast, such as Dr. Andrew, and also GVK and GXK, such as Andrews, Mark Russell, Dr. Brooks, Rick Stanton, and the Chen twins are here as well. Their attitude towards both the Hong Kong incident and Rio, where their presence felt not as much as it was during, say, 2014 or the battle in Boston. And it's very similar in vibe to the scene from King of the Monsters where Monarch is being interrogated by the US government. However, Monarch manages to make a convincing enough case for themselves, such as there was no conceivable way for them to be able to prepare for Rio in time due to how many portals were in that place where the final fight started. There was no way to predict where they were going to end up. And by the point that they could know, it would have already been too late. After a bit more pushback, they managed to get the UN off their back for the most part. However, they have to relinquish control of the maser technology that was used in Outpost 54, which has largely been abandoned after the events of King of the Monsters to create a new base in Rome called Outpost 77, which is where they are currently monitoring Godzilla. After this, the conversation of why Godzilla is even in Rome and has taken up shop there in the first place is asked. And the running theory with Mark Russell and a few of the other head scientists is that Godzilla is, for lack of a better term, homesick due to the similarities of the architecture that the Roman Colosseum has, comparing it to the ancient civilization from King of the Monsters. With the Italian government not being happy about it, but Rick, being the sarcastic man he is, says, if you want to make him leave, be my guest. But, yeah, hang on. Check up on my notes real quick. After this, we get the introduction of Outpost 77 and what it's like. One small thing that I have added is when Godzilla returns to the Colosseum, the route that he takes, which is through one of the rivers or something with all the bridges, the bridges have now been replaced with, drawbridges, so that way they can raise up when Godzilla comes back. And as night begins to fall, Mark and I'm trying to remember which. Mark and a few of the other scientists monitor Godzilla as he sleeps, which we then go into a flashback showing Godzilla's perspective back before the events of the Biollante fight that I opened this pitch on, such as him observing some of the humans that are worshipping him. It's implied to go over time as he looks them over and finds this one girl who has continued, and he's watching this girl as her condition seems to deteriorate, as it's very clear he's getting sick, and one day she just disappears. But Godzilla doesn't go any further and just continues on. After this, we get a flashback to the fight against Biollante and the death of Anguirus, which causes Godzilla to wake up in a moment of distress. Noticing that something bad is in the wind, he decides to leave, with Monarch now on his tail, given that he has been acting off ever since the events of GXK, with the routes that he's taken he's been out longer and his routes have been more sporadic and random, with him frequenting one spot in particular, that being the Amazon, which is where he's headed right now. At the same time, Mothra flies out of the Hollow Earth portal from the base in Barbados, which is one of the only Hollow Earth portals that is still open. With her path also converging with Godzilla's in the Amazon. As the time passes, I imply that some time passes before we see Behemoth, who is in the Amazon, investigating what seems to be strange roots that are gargantuan in size, even compared to the trees, trying to see where they come from. Here we then get to see what Rose Form Biolante looks like, which I sadly don't have any artistic skill, so I can't show you what I have in my mind, but something like the have any of y'all seen Shelter 54?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that kind of Rose Form,
Yeah.
but without all of the human bits in it. So kind of just a giant
enough.
rose with like a stem, more like a tree. As Behemoth continues to investigate, we then hear from Godzilla then appears, from what I imagine being off screen, as he basically orders Behemoth to get back from this thing as he begins to approach. However, Biolante, in fear, begins to lash out with her vine tentacles or whatever as Godzilla just tears through them, attempting to... Sorry, hang on. Biolante is attacking in fear as Godzilla is attempting to basically uproot her. After a short fight, he eventually succeeds in ripping Biolante out of the ground, severing her from her roots as he blasts her with an atomic breath, which ignites her body. However, since there's no Mothra, her spores simply float back up into the air as she heads further north. With Godzilla looking at the direction the spores flew with this just livid expression on his face as Behemoth tries to offer some form of support, I guess you could say. However, Mothra soon shows up, trying to, for lack of a better term, the only way I can describe it is like they have a conversation, but they obviously don't actually talk, but yeah. Godzilla then leaves for north. However, Mothra does not follow him. Instead, she flies off to hang on. I'm trying to remember. Well, I'll go ahead and just reveal where she's headed. She's going to go get Rodan. Because I'm bringing him
I
back.
like Rodan.
Which, if I remember, he's in Fiji?
Yeah. I think that's where they said he is.
Yeah, she is flying eastward to go get Rodan, wake his ass up, and bring him to fight Biolante. So we get, obviously, a scene of, Monarch being, hey, where's Biolante going? Sorry, where's Mothra going? She's going to Fiji, and there's only one Titan there, that being Rodan. And, of course, Monarch is like, why on earth is she getting Rodan? Because the last time, he was a bit of an issue, but, yeah. This is... I figured I'd go ahead and mention, but I've also given Rodan, in my mind, he's got, a new design. He's more bulked up. And he has the chest spikes that he typically does have in all of his other incarnations.
Cool.
Which, Rodan, seeing the, for lack of a better term, bitch who stabbed him in King of the Monsters, doesn't take kindly to her showing up. And after a short fight, she basically tells Rodan, look, you're coming with me. And so, after a short fight, she forces Rodan to follow her to go fight Biolante, since I imagine that Since Biolante is made out of plants, Rodan would be helpful. Oh, one more thing is with Godzilla leaving and Mothra leaving, Behemoth decides to also travel up north, as he can tell there's more going on with Biolante than what seems to be the case. And as such, he also heads further up north, and we have a scene of him, pretty much for lack of a better term, running through both Latin America, Mexico, and then heading into the US, where I have the final fight taking place in, for lack of a better term, a huge oil refinery in Texas.
I live in Texas.
Biolante's gonna fucking eat you.
Oh boy.
And this is where I have the final fight happen, because I imagine if I remember correctly, I have it written down that Behemoth is actually the one that gets there first and sees Biolante in her final form for the first time, which looks a little different, but not entirely, as she's trying to essentially, for lack of a better term, rip the oil refinery apart and terraform the area, trying to get proper roots in it. And much like before, Biolante doesn't fear Behemoth like she does the other monsters. And this is where we actually finally get the full story of what Biolante is, where Behemoth manages to lay like one of his fingers on like her nucleus, for lack of a better term, and we would get another flashback from Biolante's perspective, and here we see what exactly happened. And it was that the girl from earlier that I mentioned in Godzilla's flashbacks was getting extremely sick with some kind of illness, which no one could treat. And her father was extremely distraught, and in a moment of desperation, turned to some people that seemed to provide her with a cure. However, since you know the origin of Biolante, this cure would probably wind up being Godzilla cells, because why not? Because people are smart when it comes to those things. And this is how we get Biolante, which I'm realizing how similar her origin is to the one from Shelter 54, which is not intentional. I came up with this before Shelter 54 ever came out. So yeah.
Yeah, I understand. That stole a lot of ideas I had.
Lost Utopia films, they stole my ideas.
Well, to be fair, you stole mine first.
Hey, fucker. You and me both know those were coincidences.
I know.
I'm sorry.
So once Behemoth seems to see those memories from Biolante's perspective, he seems to get this like more somber expression in his face as he attempts to provide something akin to comfort for Biolante, but naturally Godzilla shows up to ruin the party, because of course he does. And this is where the final fight would happen, with Biolante fighting against Mothra, Rodan, Godzilla, and Behemoth. Behemoth reluctantly fighting once he realizes that Biolante is just too far gone to be helped. With the fight being absolutely brutal. I have at one point, Mothra looks like she's just about to get her entire main body just devoured by Biolante before Rodan dive bombs her head to try and cover her. And this is where we will start Rodan's pseudo redemption arc. At least for my idea, he sort of serves as him and Mothra serve as the metaphorical angel and devil on Godzilla's shoulders. Mothra's telling him to, do the right thing. Rodan is like, do it, bitch, crash out. Whose washing machine is that?
I was gonna say I fucking love that song. That's the best music I've heard in ever. Like I love that washing machine song.
Whoever's washing machine is that? I didn't know washing machines had music you could attach to it. Mine does not. So I'm just a boomer.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that might have been on my end. I don't know.
Weren't you muted? Actually, in this case, yeah.
it was a soundtrack to Kuro's story.
It might have also been on my
I'm sorry?
washing machine. It was my, I think
I
my
thought it
grandma's
was the
doing laundry
soundtrack
at
to
the
your
moment.
story.
Bruh. Imagine. It's
What
like
I'll
it-
do
it's-
is
this
in this case,
insanely brutal, like, 5-way battle is happening between these giant monsters, all to, like, the fucking elevator on.
I just realized I made a mistake. I muted Kuro by accident. I'm just going to mute everyone just in case, so nothing else pops up in the background.
Okay.
So Kuro, you're good to continue, my friend.
Well, actually, Biohazard's Part 1 is already almost done. But
Okay, I'll just unmute everyone right after them, so that's not a problem.
so after, obviously, Biolante dies, and I have this sort of, well, her death is meant to be similar in vein to her death in Versus Biolante. Obviously, it's very somber, but it's also sort of happy in a way because at least the victim that became Biolante is finally free. And Behemoth looks up with also a somber expression, at least relieved that he knows that the pain is over. But Godzilla is very clearly still not pleased. This did not give him any closure for what happened in, for lack of a better word, Atlantis at all. If anything, he just feels even more pissed off. Speaking of, some of the spores begin to, well, most of them actually, fall back down to him. And this is where I'm going to change his design. Because his design up until this point has been a more chubby, for lack of a better term, more filled out version of his evolved design, removing the sunken in gut, which was my main issue with the design. This affects him by filling in the middle of all his spines with black, basically giving him finally white-tipped spines, and also, because I feel like it, the spores give this new form for Godzilla ears. So now Monster vs. Godzilla finally has ears. Well, visible ears. With the shoulder, with the arm spikes that he has growing in size, trailing into large elbow spikes on his, well, elbows. With that, he then leaves, and we don't end on, like, some triumphant roar from him, but instead, as he swims away, we go back to the smoldering remains of the oil refinery, which then segues as we see some of the spores fall onto what smoldering remains of just sludge and whatever are forming, which, as we watch it, the mass begins to mutate as a single tumorous eye opens in the middle of all of it, segueing us into into Biohazards Part 2, the villain being Hedorah. Was there any... you can unmute everyone. And what did you all think of at least Part 1 before I get into Part 2?
Everything was good except I didn't really like the design with elven Godzilla ears. I like the reptilian ear holes better.
My response is I'm the opposite. I've always thought that the best Godzilla designs have ears.
I'm 50-50 on it. Also,
I'm
wow,
also-
you can unmute yourself too, buddy. I know you muted yourself.
Considering the higher emphasis I'm putting, at least, because I'm going in like a similar direction with Wingard, where more visual storytelling with the monsters, and I figured one of the best ways to do that was to give Godzilla's ears so they at least have some indication as to what he's thinking. Since that's what I'm doing for the Biohazard's duology, at least what I'm calling it. It's doing to Godzilla what GXK essentially was doing for Kong.
I see. Makes sense.
I like it. Like I
Um,
know Alante is
The
always
final-
like a very hard monster to get into the Monsterverse, but I think you did a pretty good job of it. But you also jobbed my boy Anguirus. Everyone,
Yeah.
Anguirus. Why
I-
did you do this to my boy Anguirus?
Listen, okay, blame
Poor
Michael
Anguirus.
Doherty. If he didn't have that fucking skeleton in there, I would have put Anguirus in there. Why you gotta do my boy like that is honestly my question. That was, figuring out how to make Biollante work was the biggest hurdle here. Because I really liked the idea of the temple that Godzilla was sleeping in. He wasn't just sleeping in there because it was his home. He's doing there so that the moment Biollante gets out, if she ever gets out, he's there. And as such, when it gives some more consequences to Sarazawa's sacrifice, as him nuking the place broke the seal.
That actually legit makes sense.
It also
my-
kind of feels
my
more
thought-
closer to like King of the Monsters and how they handled the monsters, and it has like a mythic aspect to it. So like a breaking of the 66 seals, Armageddon type of scenario, which it kind of feels. It feels like a more organic way to have a trap monster versus the Chump King and his
It also
dog.
does introduce more magical elements with Mothra, which in Echoes and also Godzilla BC, which I have as an anthology series, and Crystalline Empire, I'm doing a lot of what you did, Zim. We're going full fantasy.
Yeah.
I like it.
The actually, there's one more thing about Godzilla's new design is
yeah,
his body now has become primarily black, but with green highlights, which thanks to Biollante spores.
I like the green highlights.
nice.
I really like that.
I think it could do really. It could be
Visualization.
interesting. Yeah.
Playmate is also gonna have fun with the green.
Yeah. I mean, how else are we gonna keep making new toys?
Yeah, that's true.
But I
Yeah,
don't know about you. I want this design. I want a toy of this one.
Yeah,
to
Kuru,
toot my
I have
own
explained
horn,
my
but
thoughts
to
to you
toot my own
multiple
horn.
times. I've explained my thoughts to you about this pitch multiple times, obviously, but I may as well give it here. You and I share a brain cell because this was way too similar to Godzilla: The Arrival. The best way possible.
I was
and this is not just me.
When
biased for my
Minecraft's
pitch.
so
This is
mad, he just starts
this is
speaking
good.
robot.
Dude, dude is speaking in like no, he's like Bumblebee, bro. Lost his voice box.
Damn it, internet.
It's really funny though. But yeah, I was working on this before me and Minecraft World ever even met. I went through so many drafts before I settled on Biollante, and Hedorah was always going to be a villain for this story. But Biollante came when on my most recent rewatch of Godzilla vs. Biollante.
That was very
My
creative of making
main-
Hedorah a segue from Biollante.
Yeah,
Very
my
creative.
main idea, at least the inspiration I had for Biollante's origins, did not actually come from any mythic. Well, I mean, you could argue it did, since my inspiration came from Kid Icarus Uprising. If any of you know that game,
Yeah.
I think I've heard of it.
because in that game, the moon is a prison for this creature called the Chaos Kin, which, as it turns out, eats God and uses her body as a puppet. Hang on, just a sec. Gotta go do something.
Yeah, I also Frick. He had to do something, but I remember Kuru asked me a while ago to make title cards for the biohazards as well, I'm pulling those up right now. I'm just grabbing those because I think it'd be cool to share. And so it fits. Let me just media.
I
I'm going
apologize
through
for
this
that. My sister just came home. My dog was losing it.
Kuru, you told Kuru I made title cards for these things a while ago. You remember that?
Oh yeah, I don't. Hang on.
I'm finding those.
Yeah,
So-
if let me know when you find him, and we'll share him real quick.
Yeah.
I was gonna
So-
say I like the fact that you kept the rose because I don't know. A lot of people think that the rose form wouldn't work because it's too silly or because it looks like doesn't
My
look.
idea is Biolante went into this form as like a form. She just got weaker after being in prison for so long. But once she got out and was able to stretch her legs, she was able to transform into her final form. Yeah. See, Monster, I'm just curious, how much of this did you hear?
I was able to like catch a good chunk of your Biohazard, the Biolante chapter at least. Not all of it because I've kind of been a bit busy, but I've been listening to the stream and now my errands are done. So yeah,
Hi,
Yeah,
Sea Monster.
yo.
I just put the title cards in stream submissions, so there's that. Should be in
Alright.
there.
So, to go into at least my idea with Biohazards Part 2, this one I have changed the title. Instead of Godzilla, the Biohazards, this one is called Godzilla X Kong, the Biohazards.
What's it called? It's already there.
Where,
No, 1 second.
Yeah,
because I'm introducing Kong in this film. Well, not introducing him, but he's coming back.
Oh, why is it not showing? That's weird. Why do you do this to me, StreamYard? Oh, there we go. Finally. There we go. That's one. And then there's the other. So we'll go into the other right there. So
Holy
I'm
cow,
gonna
that
mute-
looks awesome.
At least
Nice.
I have like ideas for the posters, such as the first one would be based off the confrontation in Atlantis or the Amazon, with Godzilla in the foreground and Biolante's final form in the background as the sky is red. Meanwhile, imagining the Amazon forest is essentially a burning hellscape.
I'm gonna. Are you gonna explain the whole story, crew, or is it just more like a small synopsis? Because I'll start meeting people if you're gonna do a big synopsis.
I'm about to get into part 2. I just wanted to.
Okay.
But with
Let
Biohazards
me-
Part 2, the idea I have is God is falling through a cavern made out of Hedorah's mass, lined with its eyes. So this goes into the opening of Biohazards Part 2, which I just straight up turned into a horror film with Hedorah literally eating the crew of an entire oil rig, as she then siphons pretty much all of the oil out of the, said rig before leaving. My notes on this one aren't as fleshed out because I didn't have the time to work on part 2 as much as I did part 1. But one of the core things is Hedorah is far more of a psychological enemy than Biolante was. They're still very much both hard on his mind, but Hedorah is actively fucking with him compared to Biolante. And so in this film, the first confrontation that Godzilla has with Hedorah is essentially with Hedorah's landing stage equivalent for this. It's quadrupedal. It's not as big as him, but still very dangerous to the touch due to it being made out of this like corrosive material. Lizard King, in like the private chat, this was for like any. I'm just sharing this as I've been working on this Monsterverse sequel pitch for a while, and it was appropriate for this, so I'm taking this opportunity. But during the first fight Godzilla has with Hedorah, we get the reveal of the Maser Tanks finally, which are revealed to be the only thing so far to actually have been effective on what I'm calling Final Godzilla, which is the design he gets at the end of Versus Biohazards Part 1. It's shown to be somewhat effective, as they open fire on both him and Hedorah, with this allowing Hedorah to retreat after Godzilla attacks the tanks in a moment of rage before Mothra manages to stop him from destroying the rest of the squadron in an atomic breath blast. This is also showcasing the increased friction between him and humanity ever since Hong Kong and Rio. Which, again, will reach a boiling point in one of my later projects. After Mothra and Godzilla seem to have a short argument, quote-unquote, Rodan shows up, as the three then proceed to chase after Hedorah in hopes of catching her before she can grow in size. In the meantime, we have Monarch investigating both the Maser tanks, which they had no idea were being formed, despite relinquishing the Maser technology. They were informed it was going to be used for defensive artillery and not as more military weapons, but, you know, it's the government. When have they ever been true to their word? But this then segue into them also researching Hedorah as they find pieces of her body laid out as after the fight. Imagining this first fight takes place in Florida. So, in the next encounter, we have not Biolante. We have the 3-on-1 with Hedorah now noticeably larger, looking more like her final form. But one key difference is that her back now has this growing, like, sack on it. And as the three begin to fight Hedorah, it's very clear this is unlike anything, as just touching Hedorah is corrosive to them and burns, such as when Rodan tries to land on her back and start tearing into it. Immediately he jumps off once it realizes it's burning away at his skin. So they largely have to resort to ranged attacks in order to do any damage. But Hedorah doesn't have to worry about that, such as due to her being able to extend her arms to reach them. So she essentially just has two acid whips, essentially, for arms. But due to Godzilla's already poor temperament, due to what happened in Florida earlier, Hedorah is able to get the drop on him and begins to smother him. We then get a scene of Godzilla basically being forced to go through pretty much every traumatic event in his life, such as the fall of Atlantis, Anguirus' death, the point in which he gets jumped in 2014 by both the Mudos, getting stabbed repeatedly in his back, the moment he succumbs to the Oxygen Destroyer in King of the Monsters, his fall from orbit, his thrashing from Mechagodzilla being the most recent one. And it's clear that these are just the handful that the audience has seen him go through, as he lets out another strained roar, mixing in some elements of the 54 roar, which I imagine are used every time he's in some form of pain or something. However, as he almost completely succumbs to Hedorah's influence, Hedorah is then forced off by Mothra and Rodan. It's very clear that whatever Hedorah did to him, however, seems to mess Godzilla up inside, as he takes a huge breath, as Hedorah then transforms into her flying form and manages to fly off, also dumping an entire amount of acid rain on both of them, which they promptly decide to try and get out of. After this, it's then clear that Mothra decides to retreat from the surface world for now and bring Godzilla and Rodan down into Hollow Earth, into Kong's domain. Since the events of GXK, him and the rest of the Great Apes have since taken up residence in the temple from the events of GVK that was destroyed. We get an entire scene that's essentially kind of Godzilla's equivalent to it's like a light version of Kong walking into Scar King's domain from the events of GXK, but instead of the apes suffering, they seem to all have this like sparkle in their eyes or something, for lack of a better term, where it's very clear that they're enjoying what they're doing instead of suffering all the meanwhile. For many, however, this is their first time seeing Godzilla, and it is crazy because I imagine that Scar King told them stories about Godzilla, painting him in a less than favorable light, which then leads to them sort of cowering in fear from him in the same way that they did from Scar King. It isn't until Kong tells them that it's all right that they seem to relax somewhat. This is Zuko's first time really getting a good look at Godzilla since the events of Rio, and they can both tell that he looks both different and worse for wear. After this, it's implied some time has passed, with Godzilla registering something really bad is happening on the surface. In the meantime, we get a scene of the military trying to fight off Hedorah, who has now landed in India and is making a straight shot for Mumbai, which, at least from what I gathered, is one of the most polluted cities in the world. So for her, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. It's also a coastal city, which works. In this scene, after Hedorah thoroughly rips the city apart, she then goes into the water and seems to convulse violently, as it seems to zoom in on her eyes, which seem to be twitching violently, as we hear this loud tearing sound come from behind her as she lets out a high-pitched scream. And the entire water surrounding the city turns black as she then climbs out. However, the large sack on her back has completely vanished. Whatever that was, she let it out. We would then start the final battle with Godzilla, Kong, Rodan, and Mothra fighting against Hedorah. In this, we then see the Beast Glove get entirely melted by Hedorah's corrosive touch, and this is my way of getting rid of the Beast Glove. Is a maser tank blast from one of the ships. However, we see this small static buildup on Kong's arm happen, which is to tease his electric powers, which I imagine I would give him in a later movie. After this, they manage to dry out Hedorah's body through a mix of atomic breath blasts and the heat waves that Rodan gives off, any blasts from him, Mothra also doing her best to help, and the maser tanks, with Kong using whatever rubble he can to serve as a distraction, essentially packing it together into small boulders, in quotes, to keep Hedorah busy. With Hedorah's body thoroughly dried out, at least from the looks of it, her corpse then falls limply onto the city. However, this is not where this fight ends, as we see what came out of the ocean. The sack that Hedorah was holding was a second one. The entire time she was growing, she was pregnant with a second Hedorah, and I'm implying this one is male anyways. Oh, jeez. Sorry. Give me just a moment.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, still going, but I'm letting people unmute for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I'm loving the steak on Hedorah. I'm loving the steak on Hedorah.
Basically,
Well, I
my
do
story
have
is
one
almost
question.
the same. But with
I've only got
Gigan
one.
And Gigan and Megalon. I had a similar story idea, sorry.
Did Zim just say skibbity? What have you done? Literally every, when I don't know what to say at work sometimes, someone will just look at me and I'll just be like, skibbity bibbity.
Why?
Well, here's the thing. I remember before he became cringe for ViewTech USA, his thing, his intro was always skibbity bop and da, and that was before the skibbity toilet type shit. So
Hmm.
I will
I understand
always still
that.
say that. So
Sorry about that.
anytime, you're
my,
good. Don't worry.
My family came back.
All right, everyone's getting muted.
I'm
Back in
probably
the corner, everyone.
I'm probably gonna have to go once I finish this, so I'm gonna be quick about this.
Gotcha.
So Hidora's, for lack of a better term, son, then proceeds to jump onto his mom's corpse and fuses with it, essentially making a sort of Resident Evil William Birkin's Fifth Form inspired version of Hidora. Just no form is left of this creature. It's now just a wall of sludge and just acid, for lack of a better term. And the fight is now basically next to impossible. They can't touch it, and it's hard to even breathe in the area due to just how much damage is being done. They've even learned that Hidora's now dried out body, now for lack of a better term, dried out like exterior, has turned into a sort of armor, which basically means they can't light the monster ablaze anymore. And so for example, just how corrosive even the air is, Mothra's wings begin to just melt, and she has to resort to hopping from collapsing building to collapsing building to try and take pot shots at this final form of Hidora. However, Rodan's actually the one that finds the key to victory. Rodan, on Hidora's backs, there are, for lack of a better term, smokestacks, organic-looking smokestacks growing out of it. And it's this that is his key to getting inside of Hidora. Letting loose a powder from his wings, he then ignites it, and it seems to travel inside of Hidora and blows its back apart. And this is finally what allows them to start drying him out again. And after that, Godzilla manages to land a supercharged atomic breath into the Hidora's back, and we get a scene very similar to Godzilla ripping Hidora's guts out in Godzilla vs. Hidora, with him just ensuring that there is not a single part of Hidora that isn't ash, before even the ash is just gone. And with that, Biohazards Part 2 comes to a close. I didn't have as much time to develop Part 2 as I initially wanted, but I hope the overall intention came off well. You can unmute everyone.
There we go. Perfect.
Very
Yeah.
awesome story. Very cool.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to put Hidora in the MonsterVerse ever since GXK. I thought it could work wonders.
Yeah.
Me, Gigan and Megalon, but yeah.
Well, the good
Man,
news is I have Megalon coming later.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Neat. Yeah, Hidora is a monster I think could really work well in the story. I know I've used him a few times in mine.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like him to be in
Yeah.
a movie that's, actually good.
Whoa, hey, careful. Careful.
And I'm not talking about Final Wars.
Hey, that one was actually bad. Just saying.
To be fair, at least, dude, I forgot Hidora was even in Final Wars as a kid. I didn't register.
I think it's his ugliest design ever.
Yeah, you don't even see it, and people say 2014 is dark. Anyways, any criticisms you all have? Anything you would like me to at least revise or think I could better refine?
On my end, no. You've explained this pitch a lot more to me in VC. Hell, I helped flesh it out a little bit more, but as is, I think this is incredibly solid. Both halves. I think they're really, really solid. Of the two, I want to prefer part 2 a little bit more, even if it is pretty unfinished. But both of them, from a story standpoint, I think you got a lot of good things going here. And from a visual standpoint, this potentially could be some of the most visually impressive kaiju movies to ever exist, based on the fact that his Biollante and Hedorah being upped in the modern day.
I think, yeah.
I would say like the one thing is that with your second pitch, that does a whole lot of like that changes the world tremendously. So if you're gonna go off like for another story after it, there's definitely a lot of like work.
Well, considering that the next one I have in line was going to be a Kong film taking place in the Hollow Earth, it wouldn't get discussed. But starting with the next film and also Monarch Season 3, it is implied that the Hedorah incident was disastrous. Like half of India is just screwed. And possibly even more than that. Then there's no... Like, they're at a complete... Like, sure, Hedorah's corpse is gone, and the radiation levels are largely subsided due to the Titans, but it still doesn't change the fact that, like, half of India was destroyed in the process.
Yeah.
And this isn't even getting into the fact that the winds are carrying what is essentially an airborne version of the Pacific garbage patch wherever it goes. And that's one of the core... Well... The core plot of at least what I have for Monarch Season 3 is the beef between Rodan and Quetzalcoatl, but that's an entirely different thing. But trust me, at least when we get back to the surface in my at least timeline for the Monsterverse, the events of Biohazards Part 2, like, they are brought up. And I'm not just talking about Hedorah, but Godzilla as well, since it, again... I cannot wait to develop Echoes further.
I wanted to ask you something. Have you considered bringing back Biollante to, have like a three-way fight? Between like the three really strong,
that was the original idea. It was going to just Biohazards Part 1 and 2 started as just one movie, and the antagonists were going to be like Biollante and Hedorah, who are on a crash course trying to fight each other, since they're diametrically opposed. What would allow one of them to thrive would cause the other one to like suffer. So naturally, they are just by nature going to conflict, going to come to blows. But I found that everything I wanted to do with both of these, the film would just be too cramped, so I had to make the decision to cut them in half. Since it was just setting up it felt... Biohazards, at least my first pitch, which had both Biollante and Hedorah, felt way too bloated. So I cut it down.
Yeah, also,
I mean, like, you definitely are doing a lot with... I think the second one juggles a little bit more, but, like... Because you were developing them both at the same time, they feel very much like they're coming off of each other, which I think is good.
I mean, they are a two-parter, so I sure hope they are.
Yeah, well, the thing is that usually with two-parters, you're usually dealing with one antagonist that carries over into the second one, where in this case, you're dealing with two different antagonists, but you balance them pretty well.
Well, I'm happy this was well received. I was very anxious when we were starting.
Also, F29 quickly says, we've never had a kaiju story set during Christmas, have we? For some reason, I'm probably wrong. I thought there was at least one Ultraman episode
hey, but you want to know
that had a Christmas, like there was a Christmas episode at one point.
In Minecraft World, you want to know what game actually has its climax during Christmas?
Your mom.
No, it's Persona 5. No, it's Persona 5. Yeah, buddy.
I had fun.
Yeah,
I think it's almost my dinner time.
Yeah. Minecraft World, I'm going to finish Lego Monkey Kid Season 2 tonight, so don't worry about it.
Yay!
Oh, what's it called? Yeah, so there is a it's a Ultraman Max episode, Ellie of Christmas. So yeah, there's some Christmas episodes for Ultraman. So there's that.
Nice.
Well, there
Could
you
you
go.
imagine? Well, I mean, couldn't most Godzilla movies be considered Christmas movies, since most of them are released around the holiday season in Japan?
They're released around them, but do they really take place during that season is the question, though. but
You'll probably see me
The only
again.
thing that would come close would be Son of
Bye.
Godzilla because of the snowstorm.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'd say
Real.
so.
There.
That'd be the only thing close.
And that
Actually, F29 makes a good point. Raids Again would have been better if the finale was set during Christmas. Honestly, yeah, Raids Again is the closest besides Sun that feels like it's Christmas, but it's because of the snow.
Yeah. Anyways, with that Tokupunk, I see that comment, P5 Poopy. I will find you when I get my hands on you.
I will send you to Jesus.
When I get my hands on you.
You stole that from me, and I
Hands
stole it
on
from
you.
someone else who stole it from someone else.
You have
Why are people
stolen what I have
stealing from me?
rightfully stolen.
Oh, Black Aroni's latest comment. GXK would have been a perfect Godzilla movie if it was better written. Yeah, well, Shin would have been a better movie if it was better written.
Ooh.
Yes.
Next person is.
You can say that about most movies. They'd be
Lizard
better
King
if they were better
Production.
written. I'm glad we're establishing how things work.
Yeah.
It is your turn, sir.
Well,
Sorry,
before I
can't
even start
stay.
this, is this more along the lines of like for the MonsterVerse, or what is
Nope, anything.
this exactly?
You can pitch anything you want.
Awesome. So I don't
Yep.
know if any of you,
As well as real quick before you begin.
Okay.
Kuru, are you leaving or
I'm gonna try and stick around as much as I can, but I don't know.
gotcha? I'm gonna mute you,
might-
but text me in private chat if you're bouncing, so I'll let people know so you can show your stuff before you bounce.
I don't have anything to shill.
Okay, so that makes it easy. We'll just let you say bye to everyone though before then. So just text in private. So there we go. There you go. Yep. Oh, wrong person. There we are. Cool. You are good to begin, Sir Lizard.
okay. So I don't know if any of you are, know who I am. I also have a YouTube channel as well. I know Zim, you know all about my YouTube channel.
I know it all.
I have been working on. I have 4 videos up so far that are based around basically retelling, like what -1 has done, of the original kaiju, but putting it more within the realm of what modern science now has on the dinosaurs. With Godzilla, he was a Godzillasaurus, not to be acquainted with the Gojirasaurus. This is a speculative evolution of a species of theropod that showed up in the prehistoric timeline, and you would have to go back and look at the videos that I have created, because I have gone pretty much in depth on these creatures, on each one. So far, I'm up to Anguirus. I am working right now and almost finishing Rodan. Well, at least the prehistoric creatures that Rodan came from. So if you can click on that one there. That shows the 3 that I have I've already gotten done with. So there's the Oceanic Godzillasaurus, which becomes Godzilla himself, which still takes on the not the personification, the look and feel of what the original 1954 film gave to all of us. However, I go a few steps further and put in the effects of what radiation sickness does to the body, which can cause you to bleed from your eyes, your nose, your ears. Also taking from the original inspiration that Godzilla 1954 came from, where his skin looks like it's been charred and burned, and what victims of the fallout from the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, showing off that he's got this radiation distortion on him, and he's been basically mutated and irradiated from that direct blast. Again, it's kind of similar to how -1 went with it, where the dinosaur was almost in direct blasting zone for the hydrogen bomb that went off. The same thing happened here with this good Godzillasaurus, but he doesn't, doesn't have like the regenerating properties that the Godzillasaurus had in the film, but is able to, because of all the radiation that was absorbed into its body, it became this massive nightmare. And this nightmare is dying, but cannot die. I described that in the LKP Goji analysis video after I did the Godzillasaurus, the Godzillasauridae film. He is constantly dying, but his body, due to the radiation inside of him, regenerates as he's dying. So, in short, it's like a zombie, but not really a zombie. Not like, if he bites somebody, they become a zombie too. This is just, the body is melting and it's dying, but it's also repairing itself like what regular tissue is supposed to do. If something happens to your body, it will try to regenerate, it will try to patch up. So that's what's going on in Gojira's body, is that he is undergoing a massive dying and rebuilding constantly, and he is in constant pain. So, and as you can see here, he's pulling up Anguirus. Anguirus is also going through something similar, but not to the extent that Godzilla is going through himself. He, again, each kaiju is suffering from radiation poisoning, but each one is exposed to the radiation differently, which causes them to become the creatures that we all know. But again, I have given them a more modern look to them. So hopping off of Godzilla to go to Anguirus, they were a type of Aetosaur that branched off, but Anguirus is from the subterranean Anguirrosaur species, which is the bigger, darker one. They live underground. I tried to also pay homage a lot to the original forms and ideas of where these creatures came from, in the movies. Anguirus gets his radiation from the nuclear testing in America, because the Native Americans have stories, and there's stories all over the world about these dragon-like creatures. And I also tie in, like what the Monsterverse has done, mythologies and things into this to explain why there are some dinosaurs still existing in the world. Well, there are plenty of I just had it and now I lost it. The study of creatures that science claims that are not real, or there's no cryptozoology. Yep, cryptozoology. I take a lot of cryptozoology because I love cryptozoology, and I'm just going to put this in here. I have seen Bigfoot, but I'm going to leave that there. So I do believe that these stories have huge ties into something real. Something has to be there for these stories to exist. They just don't exist for existing's sake. There has to be something. So for a lot of these, for the Native Americans, they have a dragon or a beast that crawls around and is covered in armor. Well, my subterranean Anguirrosaur matches that description. Well, this thing was living in the caves, and during one of the testings that was happening in New Mexico, the radiation from that didn't get underground immediately. It had to be taken by underground waterways that absorbed a lot of the radiation from the minerals in the soil above, and it leaked into the caverns that this creature lived in. Well, as time went on, it became more exposed and it grew larger and larger. And just like with Gojira, he undergoes a very similar mutation However, he takes on more of what the charred earth would look like, not what charred skin, which would go black. The earth will go like a darker color, it will go black, but it's darker. But he's absorbing the minerals and things from the earth that where he was living. And again, with the analysis video that I did for Anguirus, it's basically the same storyline as Godzilla Raids Again. But instead of Anguirus dying at the end of the film, I state that Anguirus, his body was washed out to sea. He sinks to the bottom of the ocean. His body does regenerate, but it's slower than what Godzilla's body is capable of doing. So he's able to come back, but the only thing that he has as a reminder of his tussle with Gojira is a big old bite mark, which I have a picture somewhere. But you can see that Godzilla has clamped down onto his neck, and then after that, you can see where his teeth have really sunk in. So again, a lot of other people have done stories like this where Anguirus has like a scar across his face or something like that, that shows that Anguirus now has respect for Godzilla, but he'll always bear the scar. I liked the idea, but it's like it never matched the film. So I wanted it to match the film, so that's why I did. That's why I drew this picture, was so that it pays great homage to the films themselves. I'm not really trying to rewrite the film. I'm trying to put more thought and science behind it, where it could be believable that these things could exist, and the films that we saw are just the rendition of what someone has seen. But it's like what is it called? Where they only have it for a moment, and they can only remember so much, so they only put out what they can remember. But I'm giving the reality, what these creatures really were and how they came to be. And again, with the Rodan, I call them the Rodanachirus. I didn't want to go with the typical Pteranodon, because everyone has gone with a typical Pteranodon. I wanted to go a different route so that I can expand the species. And these ones, I love these the most because I base these guys off of the Ropin or the Kongamato in Africa. The Ropin is from New Guinea. Well, both are claimed to glow. They have a form of bioluminescence. Well, I wanted to tie again oh, I'm getting way too excited, guys. I apologize. But I wanted to bring in the speculative thought that it's like, okay, these creatures, these stories have to have some kind of basis. So what could they be? Well, I created the Rodanachirus to be able to glow, to produce a form of bioluminescence, and only 2 species lived on to modern time, where we get the Kongamato and the Ropin. But those are the dragon tail Rodanachirus. And he has a short story to play as well, because the volcanic wing Rodanachirus becomes Rodan and still follows the same story format that you see in his first film that he has. So it's all still the same. His mutations are not as great, but he is still bleeding just like the others. The only difference is with the dragon tail Rodanachirus, that becomes the Rodan that we all see in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. Because if you notice, that Rodan looks completely different than the Rodan that we all know from the Showa era, and does not look like that again when he shows up in Final Wars and even into Godzilla King of the Monsters. They still all hold to that similar body plan as the original Rodan had, which was 2 spikes on his head. Rodan in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 has 3, and that was also what became the figure for the toy line in the 1990s. So I wanted to pay homage to that. The Rodanachirus, the Dragon Tail Rodanachirus, is what becomes that Rodan. But then, just like in the movie, dies off. But I have so many other monsters that I'm working on. Like I said, I'm actually finishing the Rodanachirus video. I should have that up by like the end of December. And then I'll be able to hop into Rodan itself. I'm doing almost every monster. Not all of them, but almost every single one that has a tie-in with prehistoric life. And I'm taking it to the uttermost degree, but doing it in a more speculative science, paying homage to the original kaiju, paying homage to their story, but bringing them more into a more modern light. So if you guys have any questions, I am more than willing to go on ahead and answer them as best as I can.
I have something to say. One of the first things that I noticed about your takes on these kaiju are their size. And I think the fact that they are as small as they are, I think a lot of credence to what you're trying to go for as it being a speculative evolution of what if these things actually exist and how would it realistically work due to our modern knowledge. I think the fact that they are as small as they are absolutely helps with selling that mentality. Also, just want to say I really like your art style. This applies to both this and the Toronto stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the sizes, and I know that a lot of prehistoric life was not that big. The biggest theropod dinosaur was the Spinosaurus that we know of right now. And it's like, I know that with the oceanic Godzillasaurus, he's big. Well, in the video that I made, I explained why he's so big. They don't come out on shore often. The biggest creatures are in the sea. That's why he's so big. He can stay in the sea. He can be up on shore, but for a limited amount of time as a dinosaur. They only come ashore when they need to. They stay out in the ocean the rest of the time. That's why they can be so large. The other ones, again, the size shrinks down depending upon where they're at. So, and again, if you guys want to see that video, by all means, it is on my YouTube channel. I am under the same name. I explain a lot of it in those videos. I'm not going to do it here because I'm going to bore the absolute daylights out of all of you. So I'm not going to do it. But with the kaiju, when they become mutated, I also keep them at their original height when they first were seen. So Godzilla is 50 meters tall. Rodan is about, I think they said he's like 50, but give or take, he's 50 to about 49, 48 meters. I don't really remember. Anguirus is, within that realm as well, but he's always on all fours. So I'm keeping these kaiju, just like with -1, at the height that we first see them when they first appear in their movies. So I know that Zim is actually looking it up. So again, it's like, don't quote me on that. I know Rodan I would probably assume he's 50 meters. I only made him a few meters shorter than Godzilla, but there are other kaiju that are bigger than him. So it's like, don't worry about that. I'm not making Godzilla to be the biggest and baddest thing. It's just I'm trying to keep within the confines of what modern science will allow me within science fiction. Because science
It's a bit
fiction,
of
you
an
can get away
oxymoron.
with certain things.
Yeah. Also, another thing I want to compliment is the monsters being inspirations for things in real world myths, because that's just great attention to detail. I'm imagining things like the oceanic Godzilla being inspiration for things like Honingyo, if you know what that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other sea monsters as well.
That's
Because
a really nice detail that I.
And again, I'm one that I look for detail, and I want to try to base as much as I can, and taking myth, taking reality, and blending the two. Because again, like I said previously, these stories, these myths, have to have some grain of truth in them. Stories do not exist for story's sake. They just don't. Not those kind of stories. Not stories that people have passed on for thousands of years. Even though they change because they were through word of mouth, and details change, certain parts of the stories change. That is true. But there has to be a truth somewhere. And so that's where I found my little niche when it came down to my little LKP Godzilla universe, is that this would allow me to explain why there are dinosaurs still alive, why there are certain things still alive, even though, yes, from what evolution has stated, these things cannot exist because that was millions upon millions upon millions of years ago. And so it's like, how do I explain this? And it's like, well, why not take bits and pieces of all this and put it together and sew it together to where it's almost seamless?
Yeah. Yeah. I
anything
definitely
else
really
for me?
I also
yeah.
really like the style too, and I think that for the one thing I do appreciate is that you're keeping all the monsters to their original size, because considering a lot of the monsters that you can get to pretty early on, there's gonna be a lot of really fun size variants.
Yeah, I really
like
appreciate
the
that.
aesthetics and styles of the monsters.
I will say, like, looking at it, just trying to. Your designs are good. I like them. I think I kind of just have a bit of a pet peeve with making, like, Rodan, just for lack of a better term, just a giant Astarkid looking at you, singular point. But no, your designs, I think, for what it's worth, I like them despite my biases.
Right. And again, and Rodan was the one that why it's taken me so long to make this video was because I was getting quite a bit of backlash from a lot of, diehard kaiju fans saying that, oh, when I started showing the first designs, they're like, are you serious? We're getting another, pterosaur that's, white, what, just like with singular point where Rodan is basically just Quetzalcoatl or Quetzalcoatlus, pterosaurs, and it's like, and I get that, but that's not the design that that my Rodan is going to look like. He's not. This is the start. This is, as modern dinosaurs go, this is where it starts. But as what Zim has shown, Rodan isn't on all fours. Just like in the film, he's upright. He is standing upright, but the form is still there. His wings still bend so that it gives, because it extends his reach, but it also, again, just like with the real pterosaurs, helps in flight, because those muscles and whatnot still stay. They still remain.
The cool
but
thing
they're
too is
not
that, like,
true Rodan yet.
with how it's designed too, with his arms still kind of being like how they were originally, it almost looks like they're broken too, so it kind of adds to the mangled aesthetic that you have for all the monsters.
Also, just gonna
Right.
Just gonna let you know real fast that the chat was absolutely tweaking with my pronouncing your first.
You might
Oh.
have to repeat that, Minecraft.
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Was he talking about
The-
Angüiva?
I'm
The
pretty sure
chat,
he's
the chat,
like
absolutely.
Oh, I know what he's
Chat-
talking about. He's saying Black Rooney has a pet peeve with
You
you saying
pronounced
Anguirus
Anguirus.
instead of Anguirus.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
no. Now everyone has to
And
say Angulus as a different way every single time. So from
Oh my
now
God.
on, when you say Angurus, you have to
No,
say
no, no.
Anguinus.
Angirius.
Well, okay.
Anguinus, yeah, I was
Then
gonna
there's
say
my also, I guess, if we're
Anguinus.
putting that out there, there's my pet peeve with the English translation for, I gotta remember which Godzilla film it was. It was in the Showa era. It was when Godzilla and Anguirus or Anguirus were able to speak due to whatever, radio
Gigan
thing, and
versus
he called him
Gigan.
Angili or Angila. And it's like, Angila,
Angela.
who is that?
Well, no, because remember, there's all the names of
You're
Angus.
not
There's
gonna talk about
Anguirus, there's
You're not gonna
Angorus,
talk
there's
about
Angilus, there's Anzilla, there's Angila, Ankaducadillo, Ankabillo, Ambillilus,
You know,
Anglehorn.
the funny part is
That
In
damn
Spanish.
armadillo.
Let's not even get into how many of like the dubs for the old Godzilla films kept calling Godzilla Godzilla
Godzilla.
for
Yep.
no reason.
Godzilla.
Godzilla. Yep.
In Godzilla versus Gigan as well, they pronounce Godzilla like Godzilla.
Yes.
It's like, what are you all doing?
If I can add like my 2 cents about Lizard King's thing
Real
here.
quick, wait. Before you do anything else, real quick. I know. Anguirus is the pineapple on pizza pronunciation.
I like pineapple on pizza.
Wait, who just said they like
don't
pineapple
do
on
that.
pizza?
Nope.
Who
That's
said,
a sin.
who said it?
Minecraft World Run.
Way to go, San Francisco. You just ruined pizza.
I will smack you, boy.
I can take
I
it
will
or leave
send
it.
you to Jesus in response.
That your
Bro,
laughter
I've got a hard
sounded
dominator
so
now, I
robotic. Your laughter was like ha 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 ha. It sounded like that.
Oh boy.
If I could pretty much throw my 2 cents because I was trying to a bit, but yeah, I definitely really appreciate how you kind of were taking sort of like mixing the font Anguirus in terms of like the font. Looked like you were taking inspiration from Final Wars and obviously Raids again. It looks like a really good mixing of the two, so chef's kiss right there. And I definitely really appreciate how essentially you were sort of like taking like, oh yeah, the angle that the movies were kind of like a slight fabrication, or at the very least like a recollect and a dramatic or exaggerated recollection of real life events about real life monsters that look much more dinosaur like. It person makes me think of like Return. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Return of the Living Dead, where they say that Night of the Living Dead was like was like a movie that they made that that was kind of like a somewhat fictionalized sort of retelling of like some events that actually happened in the universe of that movie.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a really interesting sort of like angle there. I definitely dig it. And as far as like the whole thing about just kind of like the whole backlash about the Rodan design being pterosaur like, I pretty much think people would be a lot more open to it if, let's just say, like Rodan was like not only done justice as a character in the series, but also if the show wasn't absolute shit. like if the writing was good, people would just be like, okay, fine, it's not my favorite design. I can live with it, but no.
Right. And again, I liked the dinosaur aspect of it because it's like, well, they are paying homage to, again, what we knew back then in the 50s and 60s of what pterosaurs looked like. We had no idea. I mean, again, we barely had any good concept. So the creators of Rodan went with the what science had to offer at that time. So it's like, okay, and I took that thought as well. It's like, okay, well, that's what science had to offer then. It's like, well, what does science have to offer now? But would
Another thing,
also
too-
pay homage to them as back then as well.
I think
Yeah.
too, what's good is that like you're mixing modern science, but also keeping the iconic silhouette. Like you're not trying to conform Godzilla to science. You're trying to make science create a plausible Godzilla.
Yeah, you're trying to find like a happy meeting it halfway, sort of. Like kind of like meeting halfway between reality and fantasy, or something like given the premise.
And to be honest with all of you, what really started me down this trek was actually Dragons, a Fantasy Made Real.
Oh, the documentary.
Ooh.
Good series.
Because
Well, documentary.
I loved that series, and again, if you kind of look, I do pay homage to it as well, because there's the prehistoric dragon, the aquatic dragon, the inland dragon, and the mountain dragon. I do something similar with each dinosaur or reptile, because the anguirrosaurs or the guirosaurids, they're not dinosaurs. Like I said, they're aptiosaurs, which are let me make sure I have this right. They are proto-crocodilians or pseudo-crocodilians.
Yeah, they're like a branch off from crocodilians.
They're a branch off of it. I chose to go with them because they are upright. Their limbs are underneath them. They have armor, just like what ankylosaurs have. But I went a step further. It's like, well, this species branched off of the aptiosaurs, and they were the template that forced the species that evolved into the ankylosaurs. They were basically the body plan, and I explained that again in the video explaining the aptiosaurs or the anguirrosaurs.
Yeah.
So again, like I said, if you guys really want to deep dive into what I was talking about, go find my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I have
what's it called?
4 videos. What?
Lizard, what you should also do is actually for everyone when they're done with their stories, just plug your YouTube in the chat so then people can find you that way.
I have
as well.
nothing people want to see, say for an Elden Ring meme that was like 2 months not funny.
But like another thing too that's interesting, Lizard, is that in your universe so far, Anguirus is the oldest kaiju, technically.
Yes, he is.
Old man
Because-
Anguinus.
Old man Anguirus.
I'm sorry.
man,
I'm also going off of what
Anguirus.
the speech to AI, speaking thing, and I put the name in there, and that's what they're saying. So it's like fair enough.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that you say Aidosaurs. How do you say it?
Adiosaurs
Adiosaurs, yeah. Because I've always heard it said as
or
Aetosaurs.
Atiosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing calls them one way. I looked up how to say it, and it's like, that is not right.
Mhm.
So what that thing's saying, they're saying, it's like, well, who knows who's right and who knows who's wrong?
Yeah, no, I feel you.
I don't know. But,
But-
and I'm also making figures of these guys as well. That's what, again, as I said earlier, when everybody was just coming in, I've been making these figures. I've made 3D prints of the 3D models of at least the subterranean Anguirrosaur and the oceanic Godzillasaurus, though they're going to be sold under a different name, so I don't, get hit.
Mhm. Oh, what's it
So-
called? I'm gonna text you something about that
Nice.
after the stream, but I will do
Uh-oh.
that later.
Did I break laws and rules and things like that?
No, I'm just curious. It's just it's nothing, no laws or rules.
Oh,
I'm just
hey, you
curious.
do have my figure. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I am now
no.
excited.
What's it called?
I'm actually really
I don't
glad
know
that
why I'm
got to you in one
sideways.
piece,
Oh wait, I
brother.
know why I'm sideways.
One Piece.
Yeah, this one's really cool. Thanks again for this figure.
Oh yeah, no problem. I hope you're still enjoying it. And
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean by one piece is that apparently someone got a figure and USPS was not gentle with it,
Yeah.
and they busted it, and it's
Mhm.
like, no.
That's right.
I think like what's it called? For example, mine is missing a few toes, but I think I did that by accident because I was moving stuff around recently. So I think I am responsible for him getting some nails clipped. But I'm probably going to be 3D printing a few more nails for him because everything else turned out fine when I got it.
Well, they are resin.
One thing that probably that might be interesting for you to do is if you what's it called? If you know like how Warhammer has their bases,
Yes.
if you essentially like make bases that are big enough for them to sit on, if you have that shipped with the figures, that might help in the case if like someone knocks the figure over. Any of the really thin pieces, like especially with the toes and stuff, might be more protected that way. That'd probably be the only thing I could think of in terms of like an improvement because everything else is super solid.
Yeah. And again, I didn't actually make that model at the time. I didn't know how to use Nomad, so I actually had Rixan Custom Toys. I commissioned him to make that sculpt. But ever since I really started playing with Nomad, I have exploded with my 3D sculpting skills, and I've even got my 6-limbed turtle already underway being made. But right now, I'm focusing on the Kaiju-saurus is what I'm calling it, and the Subterranean Terror to sell them under those names, so that it helps with not just my company, but also with me continuing with my YouTube channel and making it grow. So anyway, that's a shameful plug. I do apologize. This is about Godzilla stories, and I am doing a shameful plug.
Don't worry, that's
Hey,
completely fine. I'm gonna do a shameful plug for you as well, and I'm putting your link to your YouTube in the description, and I'm sending that across all the platforms as well.
Yeah.
So
Awesome. Thank
Twitch,
you.
Facebook, and YouTube should see that.
Yeah, I've seen the behind the scenes video on the Godzilla store, not on the Godzilla store, but and it's really well done. I have yet to watch the others, so there's that.
Thank you. And you guys can leave your thoughts, and you can be as harsh as you want. I mean, please don't be like cruel, because I have had several people, be
That's just
rather
unnecessary.
harsh. It was unnecessarily harsh. It's like, okay, whoa. I mean, I ignored them, but it's like, seriously, why do you need to be this way? But I guess it's the internet.
That's the internet.
Which also left me,
Yeah.
and one other thing that I need to pose to all of you, and I'll basically in my little session, I have had people, and I've already put it out there, I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on it, but here lately on a short that I made, I have had people put or comment "man in the suit." Now, I understand now what that means, but it's like, at first I was taking it as, okay, are you guys like insulting me? What are you guys doing? Because all I was getting was "man in the suit, man in the suit." And it's like,
yeah.
what is this about? But now I understand what it is, but it's like, I mean, it was the horror aspect of, the suit coming to life and engulfing the suit actor.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know why you guys want to make that comparison, other than the fact that, yeah, I'm going not really into a horror aspect for Godzilla and the realm that he lives in, but more just I guess you could call it realism horror, where it's like these things
For
are
me,
suffering
what
from
I've
radiation
noticed,
poisoning.
The blood coming from the mouth, the blood coming from, like the wounds, like that more like gritty horror look that it has. It's more like the aesthetics. That's how I perceived it. Maybe
Yeah.
someone.
I know for me, like, because Man in the Suit took off as big as it did and it penetrated outside of the Godzilla community, I think like anytime someone does anything Godzilla horror related now, Man in the Suit's the first thing people think of, and then the second thing people think of is Black Mass. So I think it's just
Black
naturally
Mass
what
is awesome.
happens when like you're doing something within a somewhat close niche. People are just gonna immediately say it's like, so like I think that like, unless they're saying, "Oh, it's just a ripoff of Man in the Suit," I think it's like they're trying to say like a compliment, or like, "Oh, it's like similar to this." So like that's
Or it's
what
like
I
the
think.
only thing that people
they are aware of.
know from like said franchise, like what you said, Zim. Man in the Suit was one of the only things with Godzilla related that got outside of the fandom, and so I think a lot of non-Godzilla fans would see that, and that's the first thing they think of.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't
Especially-
really. I mean, now that I looked at those comments, it's like I don't see them as an insult. But at first, I was like, okay, so what are you guys talking about? Because they didn't give any context. They just wrote "Man in the Suit" and left it that way. It's like, okay, care to explain? I mean, do you like it? Do you not like it? I mean, you can say "Man in the Suit." You know, this reminds me, of "Man in the Suit." You know, that was great, and you're doing something cool, just like it. But just leaving "Man in the Suit," it's like, okay, you got to give me a little bit more than that, guys. Come on.
I know like also a lot of people who really like Man in the Suit are also younger too. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a kid just being like, oh, like Man in the Suit and stuff like that as well. So like,
I mean, I'm old, guys, so
you're an old man.
I had my birthday here. You know, I'm now like, you know, halfway to dead now. So I'm 36 years old. I'm halfway dead. Got another 30 something years.
Nice.
Oh, well.
Nice.
But thank you guys for listening. I appreciate y'all, you know, actually liking what I've been doing. This has been several years in the making for me to get at least to this point.
Where do you
Nice.
sell your figures?
Oh, I sell them through I mean, I don't have a site yet. That is something I'm trying to work on, is make an actual website. But that's taking a lot of time, money, and effort to deal with. So right now, through my Instagram or through my Twitter or X account, and even Facebook, and from there, you contact me via one of those, either Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, X, and I will communicate back with you. And that's how I've been selling my figures. But like I said, I'm trying to get a website, and I've been in communications with Titanic Creations. They've been like a huge mentor and help to me to try to get my company off the ground. They've been telling me certain places I can go, what things I can do. So kudos to them if they ever hear about this, that they have been nothing but a major help to me in trying to get this stuff going. So, but if you are interested in anything, you know, if you follow me on Instagram, I'm under the exact same name that you guys see here. So,
like it's funny because I was actually going to ask you if you have considered, you know, like taking the Titanic Creations route, or for example, I think there was like this guy that's making his own dinosaur figure, which got really popular, mostly Velociraptors, and then he started making like a company that grew and grew and grew more. I think it's Creatures of the Mesozoic or something like that. I think that's the name.
yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, and
Beast of
he
the
started
Mesozoic.
exactly. I think he started like on his own, right? Does anyone remember that?
Yeah, and then there's Ricksan Custom Toys too.
Yeah.
Yep, Ricksan Custom Toys is another one, and he's been helping me out too. And he doesn't have a website. He strictly sends everybody straight to Instagram. He's like, nope, you message me on Instagram. And that's how he's doing it.
Yeah, and he's done really good for himself. I think he's doing a sale too.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
and
he just did a raffle thing.
Yes, he did, not too long ago. And he brought out his very first OC Kaiju, which him and I have been talking back and forth about, and he's been in cahoots with another creator, and finally it's come out, and it's like, holy crap, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, actually, let me get that on the screen for you because it really looks nice.
Oh yeah, it's like an axolotl.
It's also really funny too that he shows off his kaiju around the same time the Superman trailer came out. And Vic's like,
yeah,
because
it looks just like it.
Yeah. Which
that also upsets me talking about that. Because I got people looking at my King Tyrannus figure, my OC, and they're like, oh well, that looks like the Red Bluster. You copied the Red Bluster. It's like, no, they copied me, and I actually have been in a small tussle with Netflix about that. Because I do have a copyright on King Tyrannus, the design, the name, and it's like I've been in a small tussle with Netflix about that because it's like, no, the head at least. It's like they're like, well, and this was the email that I got back. That, well, the head, yes, but the body is completely different. It's a big old seal, and that's how they were able to get away with it. And it's like, yeah, I guess, because I mean, my copyright does not, I mean, it only covers his full silhouette. It's not certain aspects of him. I didn't really go in, and I had to look into all that BS.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really honest. When I first saw King Tyrannus, my first thought wasn't the Red Bluster until you started pointing it out.
Mine was Red Bluster.
Yeah, my first thought was Rawa or Titanicus.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
I'm assuming
Titanicus.
You know Titanicus. I'm assuming you know Rawa from Gigabash.
Yes.
Rawa stole from me.
Yeah. No, that is legit there too. They stole that from me. No, I've not played Gigabash, but I've heard a little bit here and there. But Titanicus, yeah, I could see that. Yeah. And both me and Mac, the owner of Titanic Creations, we've talked about it, and he's like, nah, I don't see anything there. He's like, dude, you're fine. There's no issue. And again, him and I are really good buddies. We text all the time. We communicate a lot. So it's like there's no worries about me stealing from him or him stealing from me. No. There's none of that. But no, but that's the one thing that upsets me that I keep hearing from everybody is that, oh, well, that looks just like the Red Bluster. Well, that looks like it. Wait a minute, when did you design this? Because the Red Bluster came out in it's like, yeah, and I've designed them way back in 2010. The Red Bluster wasn't first conceived until like the mid 2000, like 2010s, like 2015, 2017, I think, when they were really putting it together. Until they finally brought it out in 2020. Was it 2? Was it 22? Or was it 2023 that the Sea Beast came out? Ah, well, now I'm on a tangent and rant.
Yeah.
But I get really angry about it.
Yeah, either way, good luck.
Because it's like, no, I put way too much time and effort into this character of mine for people to say that I took the design from someone else. It's like, no.
They did it first.
No.
They took it from me.
No,
actually, what's it called? John Wick.
They took
that from me. Stole that from me. Killed that.
That from me.
Legitimately, when I first started seeing that, I saw the thing on Netflix. I pulled it up and I looked at it, and my wife can attest to this. I was literally screaming at the TV like, "Who the fuck gave them my?" I was cussing up a storm. I was madder than a hornet. I was like, "No."
I've been flustered.
That's kind of been funny.
Yeah.
I would have,
Bro, speaking of this, just the way you're talking about this, I don't know why it's reminding me of how I felt watching Shelter 54, which just happened recently, because I swear their origin for Biollante is very similar to how I'm writing Shin Godzilla in my Fangoji stuff. And I'm just like, get out
Drop
of
the
why
mic.
why are people just getting into my brain and stealing my ideas?
No,
Clown
it's the
to clown
phones, man.
communication.
It's the phones, man. They got cameras, man. They're bugging everything. They've been bugging
Take
everything,
the
man.
tinfoil hat off. Okay. We have derailed completely. I think it's about
No,
time.
the
I know, I'm
derailments
sorry.
are fun. It's part of the fun.
if I may have
I'm
my
sorry.
own, because Lizard King story actually just reminded me of something that happened not too long ago to me. To where since I do have like a T Public store, that I guess I learned through Zim, where I put some of my like designs and artwork there. I recently put up a few that were like the silhouette of like my kaiju, Pocho, that I've shown off here a few times.
Mhm.
And I had
Oh.
made a design for the T Public one to put on like shirts and stuff. And they have like an option to like put tags for the like the post or the design. And the main one I put was kaiju. And then below that there's like follow up or suggested tags. I went to click on it, and the first one it gave me was Godzilla as a tag. I thought, why not? I guess. And I put some other ones like dinosaur, monster, stuff like that. And then I posted, and then like the next day, I get an email saying that Toho DMCA'd the post. I'm like, what, why? And I'm like, and then I emailed the guy saying like, hey, I think this is wrong. Your site was the one that suggested Godzilla, which I'm assuming is why I got DMCA'd. I'm like, is there something we can do about it? He's like, no, we can't really do anything. I'm like, but it's wrong. I mean, it's my creation. And it was you guys who suggested the tag in the first place. So, you know, I was just like in a mood after that.
Well, I know that I got to hop off here in just a moment, but I do want to say this to Zim. Why I get so detailed with, you know, when I create things is because of the one analysis video that he did on King Tyrannus way back in the day. So
Aw.
thank you, Zim, for all the information that you put out, and it made my wheels turn and think. And it's like, that's why when I was making all these, you know, thoughts and ideas for the LKP Goji universe and for King Tyrannus itself, I had to go back to basics. And it's like, you know what? He's right. I don't have a whole lot here. I need to go in depth, and I need to go a little bit further. So, because of everything that you said, Zim, King Tyrannus and LKP universe has changed, but I believe in the better. So, thank you.
You flatter me tremendously. You flatter me.
Nice.
Well, I mean, if no one else here isn't going to do it, I surely will.
Aw. Aw, shucks. That's actually what's it called? That's probably it is comments like that, which is why I definitely have been taking more time with the kaiju reviews, because I definitely want to flex more of my editing prowess as well as be as informative as I can be. But it's also why the next two videos are also more design related, because as much as I love doing the streams and I like that you guys are all here, I definitely want to get back into the rhythm of doing those. It's just like literally, I'm always like, I could do this, I could talk about this, but then you need to actually have videos on time and all that.
Which, I mean,
Well,
if you want to go back onto King Tyrannus again, by all means.
Of course,
Hint,
of course.
wink, wink, drop the mic, you know, whatever.
Chill. But
anyway,
course.
but thank you guys for having me here. I do need to hop off. My phone is now at like 11%.
There you go, man. Thank you for coming on. Have a Merry Christmas.
Oh yeah, y'all have a Merry Christmas too. And again, I don't know if all of y'all heard, but I am a professional Santa Claus, so I am watching all of you.
all right.
Oh God.
Well,
Ho,
God,
ho, ho.
keeping that in mind.
I don't know. I know which list I'm on.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
y'all
the
are on the
pool
naughty
boy.
list.
Wait, hang on. I got a quick. Are you the same? Are you the same Santa that manages to sneak into Apocalypse and gives Darkseid coal every year?
That's not me. That's my brother in the South Pole.
Real.
Then,
Recognize
if
as
I get
real.
angry, unlike, you know, like Bruce Banner, who becomes the Hulk, when Santa Claus gets angry, Krampus comes out.
Oh no!
Let that one
Quote
sink in
Friday
for a
after
half
next.
second.
Ho ho ho, motherfuckers.
There you are. Have a
Hey,
good
that
night,
could
Elizabeth.
probably end up being in like a Marvel movie. You never know.
It's like the sequel to Red One.
Yes, I've seen Red One and I love it. I love that movie.
Okay.
Anyway, well, I'm hopping off, guys. Thanks again.
Take care, man.
Peace out,
Take
man.
care.
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
You guys too. Merry Christmas.
As well as what's it called? A lizard leaves and a black appears.
I don't think that's the saying.
I can say what I want. It is Christmas. But
You heard the guy.
I also have the right. It's in my genetics.
That guy said he was a professional Santa. I should have asked him if he could give me a goth girl for Christmas.
We really need the
Oh,
government.
damn, I should have written that down. Hold on a sec.
Look,
I think that's
look,
a count out
Rooney,
of style
I'm
by 5
sorry.
years.
We're out of goths. Is a pastel goth okay?
Okay,
Guys,
fine.
don't
How about a Latina? I'm sure Shadow the Hedgehog won't mind.
I just
We're out of
love
ideas.
Latinos. But I think, Vic, you are next, my good man.
Oh, alrighty. So let's see.
Is there anything in the back that you need me to show or no?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm sending something through right now, but what I'm sending is like just a little updated concept for my Beast Goji. That I guess this story is actually I didn't really have anything prepared new for the Godzilla stories, so I'm gonna actually go over a old story that I wrote, which was basically like a fanfic. That was sort of like the inception of like the original like Godzilla that I was designing like way back to even before when I had like my own like artistic I guess resurgence, I could say, because I did stop drawing for a while before I started getting back into all of this. And the story is called, let me see here, Godzilla Up from the Depths. And it is like again an old fan fiction that I did have like a while ago, like a long time ago. And it begins with we open in Antarctica, and there is a military testing site for a thermonuclear bomb. We start off with the character Serizawa, who is a radiologist in charge of gathering all the data and stuff. And he has a few other colleagues there in a facility, and they have just tested the bomb, which and after they start getting the data, they start noticing that for some reason the radiation in the area is decreasing. The levels are getting low, and they don't know why. And as they're looking through all of this data, they soon realize that the ground beneath them is beginning to shake. And it's almost like a pattern of footsteps getting closer, and the building starts to become, unstable. And then a Jeep crashes through the facility, and it appears as if it was kicked by something. And then moments later, a gigantic shape just crashes through the ceiling, and Serizawa, the main scientist, barely manages to escape, but his colleagues are crushed, and it is followed by a deafening roar. He soon finds himself unconscious, later awaking on a military ship hospital room, where he is then he meets a military man named Hicks, and he basically just asks Serizawa what happened, and Serizawa tells him what he believes he saw, which was a gigantic reptilian footprint, or like a foot shape that crashed through the ceiling. And so they then try to find an expert, to which they go to a professor, Nick Tatopoulos, where they get him and his assistant, Cisco, who is just like his assistant, who helps him. And Nick is a biologist who is a world-renowned scientist and explorer. They gather his help, and together they form a team to help find, locate, and study the creature to assess whether or not it's a threat. And they go to the help of a scientist who is building these new submersibles, and they are preparing to go out and look for the creature. While that is all happening, Godzilla has been attacking ships near. We have a scene where basically there's this fishing vessel, and it is attacked by a mysterious creature that rises up from below the deck, and basically just launches the ship into the air, and just wraps its claws around it, scratching at the hull, and they can just see the silhouette cast against the thunder and lightning in this storm that they are in, and it is sunk. And then later on, we find that they are ready to go out into the ocean to go look for it. They have gotten the reports of a mysterious creature causing all these shipwrecks, and they begin their expedition. And then they go into the lower depths of some nearby trenches and canyons, to where they soon encounter the beast, and they are all simply in awe of this creature. As they are observing this enormous creature, they notice how it's a large dinosaurian figure with the 3 rows of dorsal plates, and it is just gliding effortlessly through. And then it begins to notice them observing it, and it comes in closer. They're all very stunned and shocked. Nick advises them to just remain still, as it is so far just curious about what these things are. But unfortunately, it gets too curious and nudges one of the submersibles, which causes it to malfunction and start causing the lights to go haywire. The creature is blinded by a sudden flash of light and begins to act out. They soon begin to restart a chase, to where the creature known as Godzilla begins to chase after one of them. They soon realize that this creature is gaining speed, and one of the submersibles has the professor and some of the other assistants to the professor. And in the other ship is Nick, Sarazawa, and then the professor's daughter. The professor decides that one of them is going to be escaping. In the initial impact, the other assistants were knocked out or are soon being trapped by the jaws of Godzilla, and so he decides that he needs to sacrifice himself in order to slow down the beast and allow the others to escape. And so Godzilla finishes the attack, destroying the submersible and killing the professor and all the other colleagues in there. And they manage to escape, and they deduce that the creature is in fact a threat, and they are ordered to hunt down and ultimately eliminate the monster. And then let's see, after that, we soon find out that Godzilla is continuing to attack ships. And then let me see if I can remember or just read through the aftermath of that, because they have to regroup and just figure out what they're going to do next. And then let me just see. Let's see. While I do that, if anyone wants to give thoughts to the story so far, while I just find the next part.
I can see the inspirations from 90s Goji in this design.
Very much so, since it's my favorite one, and I wanted to do my own that was like as a homage to that one and other elements that I like. This is like one of the newest redesigns I've done. I did some reworkings on the body posture and the head, which is like a blend of like Meyer Goji and 98 with the shape, and also just other influences that I've had over the years for my Godzilla design. And then Godzilla Evolved is also very heavily influenced this, since I prefer like the more slender type Godzillas that are still somewhat bulky, but more slender, like lean, muscular builds. All right, and then the next part of the story is basically they decide that they want to set up a kill point on an island, and then they're basically just trying to lure him in with sources of food, which would be fish, since most of the vessels that Godzilla has been attacking are fishing vessels. And then they basically just set up this entire kill point. And a lot of the characters are mostly Nick and Serizawa are like debating on whether or not it's like morally justified to destroy this new discovery, or protecting like the people that the creature has killed so far. So there's a little bit of drama in that. And then so far, basically what they're gonna do is basically just lure it into a kill point and just try to like kill the beast to stop further lives from being taken. And then they soon realize that the Godzilla is starting to come in, and basically it rises from the depths of the ocean onto the shore and slowly starts making its way to the kill point. It starts to analyze like the fish and starts to eat, and in the chaos of this, one of the soldiers, I believe, gets startled and accidentally fires off a shot, which gets the attention of Godzilla. And then all hell starts breaking loose as the creature starts to rampage and kill off the soldiers and just start attacking. They try their best to, wound and damage the creature, but its skin seems to be impervious to the conventional weaponry, and they're basically just at a standstill where they just have to try their best to, run it off or just try to escape it now. So they're just retreating and just trying to, fight off the creature as best they can. And then let's see. Our characters are then like basically just trying to escape. Hicks radios down to get like a helicopter to get them out of the area and out of the observation site. The daughter of the professor is now also in the cast, and she is also having like the moral dilemma of like wanting revenge for her father, but being a scientist, she also knows the importance of a creature like Godzilla. So you have like this like three-way triangle of like ideologies or perspectives on what would be best to do to handle the creature. And then in the chaos, like they try to also use like large nets to entrap the creature, but nothing works. And in the chaos, like I think a helicopter is like thrown into the path of where the characters are trying to escape, and then it's just a whole sequence of them trying to get back onto the helicopter while Godzilla is continuing his fight with the military. And then eventually they're able to get on, I believe, and then let's see. Oh yeah, and then in the events of that, Cisco, Nick's assistant, is also tragically killed in the fight. So Nick now has to deal with that throughout the story, and he then goes into further conflict of what they should do. And then like Hicks is all up in arms as well, since his men were caught up in all the chaos of it all, and like even further believes now that they have to destroy the creature. Nick still disagrees, but is also having a hard time justifying why, just because he still believes that the creature is just a creature and it's just doing what it has to do to survive. but also it took the life of like his best friend, and now just has to like think about all of that, and then the characters have further debates about what to do. And Nick believes that they won't be able to lure it the same way again now that it knows that we are ultimately a threat to it. At least will be like a nuisance to the creature. And then after doing their best to tail Godzilla after it left, they now realize that the creature is heading towards Japan. And then eventually they find themselves in Japan, working up a game plan to see if they can keep this thing from making landfall. Let's see, and then they're still having their debates. And this is where they all discover the name as well. They decide to name it Gojira, or Godzilla, since it resembles like a character of folklore from Japan. And then they just try to come up with a plan to stop him. And then this is where we also get introduced. Throughout the story, it's also been like introduced that Sarasawa does have a family in Japan, and this gets brought up again here. He calls his family, them, to be careful and to get ready just in case anything happens, and that just to get ready for what may come. And then they go back to debating on what would be best, just to see what plan they could come up with. Let me just see what the next part is.
Real quick, Vic. Looks like
Yeah.
Kuru's gonna be bouncing out, so.
All right.
Kuru, you're good to unmute yourself. It looks like you muted yourself, so if you want to say bye to everyone, you are welcome to do so, my friend.
Testing 1 2. Does this work? Yes, it does. Yeah. See ya, everyone. Hope you all liked my pitch. I don't know if Rooney heard it. I am gonna bounce, as I'm pretty sure I've got stuff happening tonight. I might join later if the stream is still running. I don't know, but I'm gonna take my leave. Go watch Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It's awesome. And with that, Teamod deserved worse. Baggin deserves better.
Ooh.
I will send that man to Jesus one day. Actually, wait. I think he put a restraining order on me.
Lol.
Did he say bacon?
Bacon.
Back
to you, Vic.
Oh, back to me?
Yeah.
All right. And so after this, they begin. Nick comes up with a plan that since Godzilla is aquatic in nature and amphibious and a reptile, due to its enormous size, it likely requires a lot of energy, and that the best way to possibly stop Godzilla, due to it being impervious to conventional weaponry, is just to give it all hell and tire this thing down to where it becomes dehydrated and exhausted. And so they devise a plan to where they will lure it to an island offshore and just rain all sorts of hell on this thing to keep it there, keep it from going back to the water, since that's where it'll be least likely to be captured and or killed. And as they're coming up with this plan, they suddenly realize that Godzilla is suddenly just immediately making a beeline towards Japan and is going to come ashore very soon. They still don't have everything in place for the plan, so they're just going to do their best to keep the creature at bay while they prepare everything. And then next part is going to be Godzilla. He makes landfall in Tokyo Bay. He trudges up onto shore and just sort of gets a grasp of his surroundings. He realizes all the other people there, the citizens who are getting to get evacuated. But Godzilla just keeps bulldozing through the the buildings and just starts making his way closer into the city. In the chaos, people are just like panicking, trying their best to evacuate. And the military is lagging behind, trying to get everything ready to prepare a counterattack, but they're focusing just on the evacuation so that there's no like collateral damage and just to save as many people as they can. And in this, Serizawa decides that he's gonna go after and try to find his family himself. And just there's a sequence of him just running through all the chaos of the sea of people going one way and he's trying to go the other. And all the while Godzilla is just there causing havoc. And then Godzilla's behavior is mostly displayed as one as being a curious animal. And knowing that these creatures are a nuisance, he just decides that it just wants to get them out of the way. Since this is also a creature that is out of its time, as it was hibernating in the ice of Antarctica until it was awakened by the thermonuclear bomb. And since it is also hinted at the fact that it has something to do with radiation, since the levels of radiation also fueled the creature, and now it is just expending its energy. And then eventually in the chaos, the military decides to finally launch a counterattack, and it begins its engaging Godzilla. And then in this battle, Serizawa eventually makes it to his family. And it's here where, as that happens, we reveal Godzilla's atomic breath. And his atomic breath in this stage is basically most akin to the MonsterVerse atomic breath, at least in GVK and GXK, whereas there's like this massive beam that can go through buildings with ease and just explode everything. And as Godzilla is fighting, the beam cuts through like an entire city block, to which Serizawa and his family are trying to escape out of like an apartment complex. And in this chaos, the beam cuts through the building and just causes the building to like explode and crumble. And Serizawa's family is separated from him. Like we see a shot from like his perspective, I imagine like a would-be film, or even in how I write it, like he just sees like a bright flashing light before him. He's trying to reach out for his family, but they are just engulfed in this bright light, and like the building just crumbles around them, flames everywhere, and I believe he's like knocked out from this in the rest of the story, in this plot B anyways. And then Godzilla just continues his rampage and his fight, and he just makes his way back to the bay after he's expelled all the energy, and he's just going back into the sea to like nap and refuel. And then we cut back to Serizawa waking up. The team has found him, and that's when like he realizes his family is gone, and he is just like distraught. And then next part is just everyone just regrouping. They're going to put the plan into action. And then at this point, they're leaning more towards kill, but there's also like still a desire to try to capture him. Since Nick is still like making a point that there's like a ton of like more discoveries to be made from him. And then Serizawa is just in an uproar, since now like he is just completely gone and full of just grief and anger towards this creature, and like he wants like nothing to do with like this plan to even think about capturing it still. And then they just decide to go ahead with the plan. to just exhaust him. Let's see. And so they devise a plan. They're gonna lure Godzilla back towards. Let's see. I think I had it that it was like, I think Okinawa, like the island of Okinawa, or some other island that they like is either evacuate or is already like uninhabited, to where they build this entire base of operations, and they're gonna lure it in with altered like calls and like animal sounds of like apex predators to lure this creature in. And then eventually there is a sequence in which so they also are preparing a blockade for Godzilla, to where they're gonna also try to lure him in, and it's basically a bunch of naval submarines who have gone in looking for him to try and either lure him in or just to like try to finish him off as best they can, since they don't want to take any chances and are just trying everything at this point. And so they are in like this deep water trench, to where they're trying to find out Godzilla's position. And basically, eventually, they find him and they engage in this underwater battle where the submarines are basically just surrounding Godzilla, firing their torpedoes. Eventually, they realize that their best course of action is probably just to run away, or try to find a way to like outflank him. And so eventually there's this big chase scene of a submarine trying to get away, and then there's other one following behind Godzilla, who they're trying to like corner into like a big canyon wall trench. And in the events of the fight, there's a sequence where he burrows under like this big reef side of a canyon, and he emerges up from underneath to bite the hull of the submarine, and just wraps around it and crushes it, causing it to explode and like implode on itself. And then it goes after another submarine, and then it stops abruptly because it begins to hear the call of the sounds being played to lure it back to the island, and it begins heading that way because it believes it's another apex predator. And then as they're preparing for Godzilla's arrival, they get the plan in action to just throw everything they can, keep him on land, and try to exhaust him out, to either they try to capture him, or if all else fails, just to kill him right then and there. And then basically it's this last sequence where we have our main characters. They're waiting on an observation post off shore of the island, and essentially it's this big all-out military battle where they lure him onto land, they push him deeper inland, and they just have this all-out war, essentially, where Godzilla is using his atomic breath to fire at the military jets overhead, and then he has to contend with the tanks and artillery fire being put on him. That is the blender in the background getting in the way at all. Just
You're fine. Don't worry.
fine. All right. So then they're just having this all-out brawl, where Godzilla's getting hit from every side. There's offshore battleships that are firing their cannons at him, and just continuing this onslaught where Godzilla is just getting bombarded by the just the shells and the bombings and everything. And while his skin is impervious to this, the blunt force trauma from the blasts and the fire around him, like he's getting hit pretty hard and beginning to get exhausted. And in this fight, he basically just lets loose a stronger version of his atomic blast, and he's getting ready to charge up and fire. And this is like like Shin Godzilla level of firepower that he's packing. So it's like basically just melting through the armed forces and the ground beneath the tanks, um, and he's just letting loose everything there. And one of their last resorts is blowing up the ground beneath him, causing it to collapse and cave in. So he's basically trapped in his trench, and in that chaos of that, Serizawa is back, and I'll have to read again to what exactly the beats are, but he's trying to convince them or force them to um, basically launch a nuke at this point to eradicate and finally finish off Godzilla. Either that or just continuing to order that Godzilla be put down. And while this is happening, Godzilla is down for now, it seems. And so they're just throwing on large nets and cables, harpoon guns to just try to keep him down. But before they can like tie one around his mouth, he lets loose like his final atomic blast as he is just purely exhausted at this point. And he shoots it straight down up into the where he's basically in the pit, and it just melts through the crust and everything, and the path leads eventually to the observation deck where it basically cuts the building in half, and there's just tons of chaos. And Godzilla slowly trudges up from the crater and just makes a beeline towards the observation deck. And at this point, since he's so exhausted, he's slow enough to where there's time for like just this tussle to go on between Nick, Serizawa, and the daughter, who at this point have all lost someone as a result of this creature, and eventually come to a decision to where either they meet the demands of Serizawa or they just ultimately decide that it's best to just kill the creature and just to fire a nuclear warhead at it. And they're all ordered to evacuate. But at this point where they are, everything's just decimated, so there's no clear way to just get away from the destruction path. And so they're just making a beeline towards a checkpoint to where they'll get evacuated. But even though Godzilla is slow, he's still catching up to them. And Serizawa decides that it's best that he get left behind since he's got nothing left at this point. And just tells them to keep going and that he's going to lure Godzilla away from them to where they'll then target Godzilla for the warhead. And so there's this heroic sacrifice where like he even picks up like a grenade launcher and distracts Godzilla firing at him to where Godzilla is now chasing Serizawa away. He lures Godzilla to an open field to where this is going to be the last stand, and it's a scene reminiscent of King of the Monsters when Ghidorah is chasing Emma, and eventually he catches up and is about to like crush Serizawa, but then the warhead falls over them and detonates to where everything is just blown to smithereens. The other main characters manage to escape, and they just watch as like the island is engulfed in this bright light. And then we soon cut to the aftermath where everything is like just buried in overturned dirt and such. And they believe that Godzilla has been vaporized, but soon the ground begins to rumble and the radiation levels start to spike up, as even though he was exhausted, he was able to survive the blast and rises up from the ground, having been buried by just all the debris and ash everywhere. And at this point, Godzilla is basically still taking a beating, but he's rejuvenated from the blast and the radiation. And he's just staring down at all the characters who at this point are still all surrounding him. So there's still fight left in everybody. But Godzilla decides to just trudge forward and just head back, as they both know that there's ultimately no winner in the end. And Godzilla would rather just not deal with it right now, since he knows that even though they can't ultimately, there's still a way for them to kill him, but there's just no point in going on anymore. And so we just end with Godzilla going back into the sea, and the characters watch and like just this weird sense of awe that this creature has survived so much, and that now they're just gonna have to make a new plan, and it just ends there. And that's about it for the story I had.
Well, yeah, not bad.
Thank you.
Neat.
It's one of
I
those
like
cases
the
where it
part when
doesn't
Godzilla showed his atomic breath.
Huh?
I like the part when Godzilla said it's Godzilla time and Godzilla all over the place. No, but for real, good job.
Thank you. And what were you saying,
Yeah.
Zim?
I was gonna say it takes certain things about 98, but again respects the IP more.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, since since obviously there's like crossovers between different characters, with the names I used, and it was like a very early on story, so it was just more like a fanfic of like just what my story would be, and just taking influences from everywhere at that point.
Yeah,
Does
no,
anyone else have anything?
I think another thing too is I also really like the posture too. Like it also, like, in a way it kind of feels like evolved Godzilla, but
Mhm.
less proportionally just weird and wonky.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Evolve 98, and then like anything else from other Godzillas I like, I just want to blend them all into this design. Because this is like a Godzilla that's basically just been the inception, like from when I started. Like, at the very beginning, it was mostly just 98 upright, and then anything else I could get, which is always part of the story, or any story that I have. And so, like, it's just been like evolving, just going back and forth on what I want to make like a clear inspiration and what I want to do on my own. Um, so like I have different aspects of like just the Godzilla that I really like, put together into it.
Even with him being a little bit hunchback, it's kind of reminiscent of what they tried to do with GNK, which is funny because GNK actually took a lot of stuff from 98 that they wanted to do, but they were not able to. So I'm just like, I also see a
Yeah.
little bit of that positive effect with Evolve and 98.
When you pretty much say that this design has kind of like evolved over the years, I can only think of the ad just going, Vix Fearsome Godzilla has evolved.
Fearsome Godzilla has evolved.
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As well as real quick because Stripe Bass to show off some of his art as well for his Godzilla pitch we did earlier in the stream. So there you go, Stripe.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, this
Yeah.
guy's really cool. I talk to him sometimes.
Yeah, just chilling dude.
neato.
And that puts us
So,
at, I think, Minecraft's next, then now, then C, and then me, and then Black. Did you have anything planned or no?
Me? I was just gonna pitch, like, I didn't have anything written down. I just have like two little concepts. One of them is basically Godzilla, but instead of doing the traditional religious, because usually whenever Godzilla, especially in fandoms, whenever they try to make a Godzilla story with like religious undertones, it's usually Christianity. So I wanted to try something with Gnosticism instead.
The Demiurge Zilla.
Yeah, Demiurge Scylla, pretty much. And a secondary story I had pitched. Well, it's in the back burner right now. It's a story based off of my own experiences in the military, like a little bit of a short horror story. Um, the setting was basically just a shooting range, or actually no, a ruck, because we did a lot of those back during basic training. So I wanted to use my experiences from that from me being in basic training for a Godzilla story. And those, I just wanted to pitch those two things, and also a third thing, which is I would like to offer an apology to the entire planet for the two stories that I made because they were shit. So yeah, I would like to offer that apology.
This
I
world.
I rescind I rescind every single. I do not claim ownership of the stories anymore. I disown them. I they're not my son no more.
Aw.
Poor boys.
That's God of this world and Destroy All Monsters.
Both of them, yeah.
Oh, I'll adopt them.
I
Don't
think
don't they're very deformed. They were born prematurely.
I'll adopt them, and then I'll give them like Spartan augmentations. So when Joseph comes around again, they'll have Giga Chad armor.
Fair. I mean, you do what you do what you want. I'm just here to publicly announce that I'm disowning those stories, and that I will try and give birth to more acceptable children in the future.
sometimes what you have to do is, like you take the basics and you just try to rework it. You don't need to disown it. I wrote really bad stuff when I was 14 or 16, right? And surprisingly, without even noticing, I actually remade a lot of my older concepts when I was like 21, a couple of years ago. So, like
Yeah.
stuff comes back. And I just
Yeah.
wanted to say, when you mix and mash certain things, for example, who was it that made the Hedora with biohazards?
That was Kuro.
Okay,
Yeah,
when
that's good.
we talk about the oil rig, I imagined it basically like a horror sequence of Hedora slowly going up the oil rig and people trying to escape. And I thought of it with the tone of God of this world. When you made Serizawa, like be on the thing and you see Godzilla on the clouds, but it's really big, so you don't really, really, really see him that well. So, like, just know that you had some good ideas, and like you can always reason, of course, if you want to improve. That's great, but don't discard the whole thing. At least I think
Yeah,
that there were some aspects that were really good.
yeah. I've had a similar experience where it's like there is a story that I wrote back in 7th grade that I liked conceptually, and I had a lot of good ideas there, but the execution was absolute horridness. So I looked at that and decided, you know what? Why not try again? Let's try this concept again and see where it goes. I lost a lot of motivation to do that, but still the idea was, hey, there's good stuff here. Why not try again and see what I can fix?
Yeah, I mean, like as far as like, yeah, you can even, you can definitely change some things if you need to make the story better. I mean, if for instance, and it's to a lesser extent, but like not as significant of an extent of changing the story, but just kind of one little, whoa, what the heck?
What are you, a
Okay.
fire hazard? Because he's spitting super hot fire.
But anyways, so yeah, like the initial title, like I pretty much did say, I think in that MonsterVerse stream, that my Godzilla Shadow of Death sort of pitch, was kind of like that title was sort of tentative. So I pretty much have kind of elected to maybe like retitle that to something a little more fitting, and which would, or at least like something that I think would be more neat. Godzilla Prayer for Peace, as like callback to 54, but like but something like a little more, to a certain extent, or greater extent, would be maybe like that pitch that I had for that Godzilla Darkest Night, I believe. Like I think there's definitely some details in the plot in terms of how I have events play out that I could probably that if I were to think, put more thought into it, if I put more time into it, I would be like, okay, maybe I should just rework some of this here and there. Yeah. You don't need to disown the stories. You just be like, okay, let's hear what people listen to what people have said about the works, and take those into account, and see where I go from here, what I can fix, what I can take out entirely, or what can I add, it's all part of the creative process,
Sure. All right. Fine. I'll give it one more chance then. But I'm kicking it out of the house if it's not bringing enough. I'm kicking it out of the house if it doesn't work.
Well,
It's okay.
If it's just eating your food out of the fridge.
I remember
3 a.m.
seeing something of. I remember you saying at some point that this was like your debut work. It's always be.
yeah, newer works are always like really hard and like really rough.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. I just wanted to, announce that. That's what I was here for. Just wanted to announce that, and also a little bit of a disclaimer for everybody else. YouTube is doing a bit of a stupid fucky wucky, where smaller channels below 1,000 subs are being if you stream on and your channel is below 1,000 subs, YouTube will limit the amount of people that are able to see the stream. So it limits the number of live viewers on a stream if a channel has less than 1,000 subs. So if you stream and you have a small channel, just be wary of that. So yeah. YouTube is cringe, but it's the one platform we have. So
Blackaroni,
give each other love.
I wanted to ask you something. If it's not like way too personal, maybe you just don't want to reply to it. But I saw one guy basically making a review of your story. It was a channel that I don't really remember. Does that have anything to do with what happened?
Oh, no, not whatsoever. So Joseph Narukami, that's the one that did the review of my story. King of Candor did a stream, a series of streams, both making counters to his points and making points of his own regarding my story, which were a lot more coherent and cogent than the stuff that Joseph said, because what Joseph said was not coherent whatsoever in regards to, at least there were some stuff that were, but there were a lot of stuff that wasn't. The reason why I'm wanted to disown my story was not because of what Joseph said. It was because what Joseph said wasn't very useful.
I didn't really like when he said, like, don't create stuff anymore. I think no one should say that. Like, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, no, I'm completely ignoring what he said in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah, like regardless of how we should say that.
Yeah. But
yeah, well, that was it. I'm gonna hop off because I need to fix every single problem that has been created ever since I've been gone for the past few months, because I'm finally back home. So
what's it called? You're on leave right now?
So
there you go.
Yeah, I gotta fix a whole.
How long's leave for?
13 days.
There you go.
Damn.
Well,
you going back to the same place you were at before, or are you getting deployed somewhere else?
I'd rather not reveal that information.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I'll see you all later. If,
before you go, Black Rooney,
boy,
if I may say, thank you for the kind words you said on your last GXK stream.
Oh, no problem. I meant it.
Thank you.
Yeah, check that stream out if you haven't already. For those that haven't, and I know Sea Monster was there.
Only for a little bit. When I had a break at work, so I was only like a few minutes at a time. But yeah.
Cianimus was also briefly in the chat. And just check it out. And thank you, Zim, for having me.
As always.
Yeah, and watch Sonic 3.
Latinas. And then there
boy.
were 5. And now that means Minecraft
Nice.
World. You get to join. You get to begin.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Let me just set my dinner to the side because I was just eating for a little bit.
And I will mute everyone. There you go. The floor is yours.
Alrighty. I posted the thing in stream submissions. I have some other pictures I need to post, but I'll post those once I'm done explaining the story because these are artworks and concept ideas that I would like to share after. Yeah. So, but could you pull up the thing that's already in stream submissions?
Yes, I will, sir.
Alrighty.
There
Also,
we
am I
go.
still
I should reduce
roboting
my
at any
things
point?
just a tiny bit. Actually, you sound a lot better now.
Oh, yay. Alright. I'll wait for that to come up and then I'll explain my idea. Okay. So, my idea for a 3-part Godzilla series. It is centered entirely around scrapped concepts. This is basically a Godzilla AU that I've been working on for a couple months now. That, as I said, entirely centered around scrapped concepts and characters and films. The criteria
Also,
for
real
Kaiju
quick,
included
Minecraft, you
this-
did stutter for a second. I'll keep an eye on it, but if I hear you Optimus Prime a little bit, I will just let you know and have you repeat something, okay?
All right. But yeah, to explain the criteria for this, it's if a kaiju that never got to see the light of day, like a kaiju that was in a film that never got to happen, such as Griffin or The Bride of Godzilla, it gets to show up. Or if it's a character that never got to get into the finished film, it is such as or Phosphor, it is allowed.
Just repeat that last bit right there.
If it is a kaiju that ended that was not in the finished film, i.e. Phosphora or Rockmutal, they're allowed to show up.
Okay.
And if it's a that didn't end up in the finished film but appeared in other scrap concepts, whether it was before or after its first appearance, i.e. Varin, Megalon, Gigan, or what is it? Yeah, just characters like that. They get to show up. So, as I stated, Varin, Gigan, Megalon, they're allowed to show up, but characters like Destroya, Space Godzilla, or Orga, no. Also, a lot of crossovers. Since I'm basing this entire thing on scrap concepts, I have a lot of crossovers. Some examples including King Kong, Frankenstein, Gamera, Batman, and Sun Wukong. Yes, there was a concept where Godzilla fought Sun Wukong. But yeah, one of my big inspirations for this, well, several of my big inspirations for this included Transformers. The Sonic movies were a very recent inspiration for this because Sonic 3 actually gave me a lot of ideas of where I'm going for. Specifically with the arcs for one of the characters. The Western Godzilla TV shows, so the Hanna-Barbera one and Godzilla the series and Godzilla Rulers of Earth was a massive inspiration for how I'm struck for what this is. So story-wise, it's meant to structurally go from a grounded soft sci-fi tone to very fantasy sci-fi mix, sort of mirroring the progression of the Godzilla franchise as a whole, hence Godzilla Legacy. And it is told as a multi-generational story.
Just repeat that one more time.
It is told as a multi-generational story following 3 Godzillas. All 3 of them from top to bottom, first, second, and third. With did I break up?
You broke up for a second, but I heard 3 Godzillas. So
or
You know, if you are saying anything, Minecraft World, I cannot hear you. Heard a sigh there, so
you
yeah, I can
got
hear
it?
you.
All right, cool. So yeah, thematically, this series is two things: an homage to the Godzilla franchise overall, and especially an homage to what could have been, the concepts that we never ended up getting, or did end up getting, but in a very different way. And an overarching narrative that explores multiple themes such as nature, grief, family, and expectation. So yeah, it's difficult to really explain story-wise, but I'll try to keep it as concise. Series 1 basically is setting up this entire world. It starts off with the first Godzilla showing up and going on a rampage for 3 days until Endurus Var and Bargon arrive.
Breaking up there. You
And
just want to probably repeat
just
that.
and so Endurus Var and Bargon arrive and do battle with it. Godzilla is eventually driven off to sea, and the 3 quadrupeds disappear. Humanity, in response to this, begins to debate what to do with this information, considering it's revealed that the first Godzilla, at least from what we can gather, was on the rampage because a dead younger one washed up on shore in the Bikini Atoll shortly after the Castle Bravo incident. And yeah, he's furious. And later, throughout the intervening years, multiple kaiju-related discoveries are found, such as the existence of a long-lost mythical island dubbed Skull Island, another long-lost mythical island dubbed Infant Island, and the Hollow Earth. Yeah, and so as a collaboration between and because of these discoveries, multiple kaiju are shown to become a bit of a threat. Especially since some actually live both on the surface and Hollow Earth, and others somehow find a way to leave their home areas. Several examples include King Kong, Erebus, Red Moon, Rodan, and Mothra, though Mothra is the most actively benevolent of them. As well as that, Godzilla's come back. Quadrupeds have for now disappeared, but Godzilla himself is going on a rampage, and humanity needs to do something about this. Enter our first major human character, Dr. Shinida, who
I repeat that last part,
while
Minecraft.
grieving. Enter our first human character, Dr. Zenji Shinida, who, after grieving the death of his close friend, Dr. Daisuke Serizawa, and his mentor, Dr. Yamane, after they died during the first Godzilla attack, he decides to build a robot dubbed the Bride, the biorobotic Daikaiju exterminator, which runs off of a simple.
I think you cut off entirely there, Minecraft.
Yeah. Where did I cut off?
Got to the bride part.
Okay, so the biorobotic Daikaiju exterminator, which runs off of brainwaves and a replicated energy signal akin to that of Godzilla's atomic breath, which eerily appears to be man-made. And so the Bride, which is designed off of the inventor's wife, actually not wife, daughter, Asuka, she plays a role later, eventually is sent out to face Godzilla. and she succeeds, eventually driving him away. Not exactly killing him, but getting rid of the problem for now. And then a meteor is spotted. Later, Godzilla. Later, the bride is used. Later, the bride is used to go and explore different regions of this world and quell various threats that guide you. Skull Island is the first explored, where they find the elusive crew of the Venture, which has been crashed on Skull Island since 1933, with only one crew member, Carl Denham, who was presumed dead.
You have to
still
repeat that part
alive.
again. Sorry.
So yeah, the bride is sent to Skull Island, where they find what remains of the formerly believed disappeared USS Venture, and they learn that all of the crew has died except for one person, the formerly believed to be dead director Carl Denham. He is promptly returned to the United States, where he directs his first returned film in response to everything that's just happened. Gigantus, the volcano monsters. And so, yeah, the bride in explorations, most prominently Hollow Earth, where they learn a bit more about its inhabitants. Specifically Rodan and Moon. The Oedipus and Red Moon bit eventually comes to a head when the egg is stolen. When their egg is stolen. And Godzilla's coming back. So, and yeah, the Godzilla and Oedipus are heading straight towards the heart of Tokyo, where the egg is being stored. And eventually, the three engage in combat in a 2v1 as Oedipus and Red Moon try to defend the egg, whereas Godzilla is just pissed. But he eventually stops after noticing, oh, they're trying to defend their child. Okay. And from there begins Godzilla's redemption arc. Well, this one's redemption arc. Meanwhile, King Kong is also brought to New York City, where things go by, and that gets the attention of a certain billionaire, one Bruce Wayne. Yeah, you'll learn more about him. And Godzilla also in New York, and things go sideways, especially when another monster who was created by a failed student of Dr. Zinchi, Frankenstein. Oh, fuck.
You also are going to probably have to repeat that again, Minecraft.
Yeah. And things also come to a head again when during Godzilla and Kong's fight, another monster created by Zenji's failed student, dubbed Frankenstein, goes on a rampage in New York, and the three kaiju have a 3v1, ultimately culminating in Frankenstein being killed, Kong escaping, and Godzilla leaving to the sea. Meanwhile, Mothra is also tracking him and figuring out all of this, as well as dealing with Rodan, who has left Hollow Earth. And then humanity screws up big time again when another genetic experiment dealing with toxic waste, attempting to make a monster that feeds off of toxic waste, goes away in the Hollow Earth. This monster, dubbed Hedorah, rampages about and catches the attention of Oedipus and Red Moon, who eventually have to deal with this thing. With the help of Godzilla, who throughout is slowly turning towards humanity's favor, slowly turning against it. Defeats this thing. Doesn't kill it, but it is believed dead. And then the meteor crashes
You're gonna have to repeat that again,
in
Minecraft.
Hokkaido. It breaks open, and we meet King Ghidorah. As well as that, three other monsters are awakened, and a mech is found. The three other monsters are Mogu, Gigan, and Megalon, and then the mech is Majin Tool, whom shortly after, Ghidorah starts doing his thing. Gigan and Megalon are just existing, and Mothra decides to deal with them, whereas Godzilla goes to confront King Ghidorah. This ultimately comes to a head where King Ghidorah is shown to be a very powerful threat and nearly kills Godzilla, with the bride backing them up. The bride coming and trying her hand and failing miserably. Herself almost getting destroyed too. Tools and teams up with Mothra in order to take down Gigan and Megalon. Megalon is defeated. Gigan escapes, where it is soon intercepted by Godzilla after Ghidorah has gone into hiding. And because of all of this, Bruce Wayne, in response to all the kaiju action, decides to create the United Pacific Kaiju Defense Force, or the UPKDF, in order to help quell the threats of these giant monsters. And more stuff happens, introducing other monsters. These characters start. And then it eventually, with the finale, comes to a head where, with Mothra, Rodan, the Bride, and King Kong face King Ghidorah. It is the 5v1. They are all matched, and in the end, Ghidorah flees into the cosmos, and Godzilla is killed. Godzilla dies from the wounds that were inflicted. This ends in 1983. Series 2. 11 years later, in 1994, Jill Llewellyn and Keith Llewellyn are scouring the ice sheets in search of lost nuclear Soviet weaponry. And things go awry, unleashing another larger Godzilla. This Godzilla, the previous one, stood at roughly 50-ish meters. This one stands at 80, and it flees towards the southern Atlantic. However, as it's tracked, people notice that it's not as aggressive as the previous one. And so, but Jill is a bit pissed since this Godzilla killed her husband. And yeah, by the way, during the time skip, the world has changed. A lot of stuff has happened, and with the UPKDF becoming the UWKDF, the United World Kaiju Defense Force, as the Hollow Earth itself is monitored and very strictly inaccessible to the public. Only very specific people under very specific circumstances can go there. And yeah, as well as that, the resulting radiation trickles down further into the the Polynesian Islands, where a marine iguana is exposed to this radiation. As well as that, a gigantic shell is discovered beneath in island where Majin Tool used to be. And so in 1998, this all comes to a head where Zilla and Gamera reawaken. Zilla first appears in San Francisco and begins to make his way east towards New York City in order to do things. And Gamera is chasing him. Meanwhile, Godzilla Godzilla takes notice and begins to intercept them. And Godzilla and Zilla soon meet in Chicago, where the two have tussle, and yeah, Gamera then finds their position, and things go on from there. Yeah, more shenanigans ensue. After them, we catch up with King Kong. We catch up with Mothra. Gamera begins to have an arc of like rediscovering his new world in a mirror to that of Godzilla. And then Invisible Force begins to attack Japan, specifically Kyoto, where the battle against King Ghidorah happened, the one that killed the first Godzilla. Yeah. In a desperate bid to stop, it is theorized that the spirit of the first Godzilla still lives, and in a desperate bid to stop the rampage, a group of scientists decide to take his essence, which they discover has the ability to revive dead creatures, and use it on the young one, which is still preserved and surprisingly in good condition. And so they reawaken Godzilla Jr. As well as that, a meteor crashes in Utah. This meteor soon unleashes a group of bats, and things go sideways. Catch up with a couple other kaiju, Erebus, Red Moon, the quadrupeds return. They've returned a couple times before this, but yeah. And by the end of it, the Griffin is formed, and Ghost Godzilla is also revealed to exist. As well as that, the Shinida family has created a new version of the bride. Zenji Shinida has passed away, but Asuka has taken his place. And so the bride Berserk is created, and later possessed by Ghost Godzilla, causing it to go on a rampage of untold proportions. Godzilla takes notice, Junior takes notice, and the three Godzillas have engaged in a confused and somewhat bitter battle royale, as all of them have no idea what's going on, but they all see each other as a dangerous threat. And that's until the Griffin makes known, and all of them disappear. More stuff ensues with the Griffin doing its thing. Mothra tries to deal with it, fails. King Kong tries to deal with it, fails. Gamera eventually makes peace with both Ghost Godzilla and the second Godzilla, and also Junior begins to have his own like acceptance. The fact that he is like begins to grow a bit more accustomed to this world. And it all comes to a head with everyone facing the Griffin. Ghost Godzilla has already passed on the help of Junior, but he decides to return for this one last fight in order to aid the other two, where Griffin's gets rid of him. It's implied that the Griffin has some sort of supernatural stuff going on. That gets explained on later. And the second Godzilla dies protecting Junior. And yeah, that ends Series 2. Series 3 cuts roughly a decade later again. Junior himself is much older, standing at around 65, 70-ish meters. I still haven't decided on a height for him. And he's not exactly doing great. He's sort of going through a Rodimus arc where he's trying to live up to the expectations of the previous two. And yeah, they're also accompanied by characters like Phosphora, who also perished because of the Griffin. Oedipus and Red.
Real quick, Minecraft, you're gonna have to repeat that section again because almost all of that was I couldn't really hear.
Their parents are still, we'll lose track of them later. And yeah, and a couple other characters, with Gamera and Mothra serving as mentor figures, and yeah, a bit more from there. As well as that, the humans we've seen, they have children. Chiharu Chiharu Shinida, Zenji's kid, Asuka's kid, and one Dick Grayson Wayne, Bruce's kid, and Tina Llewellyn, Jill's kid. All of them having some sort of relationship with the various kaiju, whether it be thematically or character-wise. With every single one of them, as the story continues, the characters soon get alerted to another presence, Cthulhu, a ancient god-like beast that predates all life on this planet by several centuries. And they soon learn what his deal is, as he is a bit of an antagonistic force, but also someone who's warning of something. You see, back in Series 1, we were alerted to a cave painting depicting three creatures: a three-headed dragon, a draconic cat horse thing, and what functionally could be described as a demon. First two we've met, Ghidorah and Griffin. The third one, they call this thing many names: Chaos, Totem, but as it's most well known, Bagan. Throughout the series, Bagan begins to reform into his original state, as Cthulhu was originally Cthulhu, Bagan, Griffin, and Ghidorah were all originally ancient gods of an extinct alien race. However, all of them designed for destruction and terror in some way, shape, or form. However, Cthulhu did not want this anymore, and as such, he decided to stand against his brethren. This eventually goes ahead, where he had to flee to Earth in order to stop Bagan's conquests, since Bagan, having gone rogue, decides to not just kill all life on that planet, but with the help of Griffin and Ghidorah, destroy all life on every planet. And so Cthulhu makes his last stand on Earth, where he eventually manages to seal Bagan away. Doesn't kill him, but steal him. And it's only a matter of time until Bagan returns. And so humanity prepares. Kiryu, who was created earlier, is reassembled, and the bride gets a new version. The Bride Fortress, or as it's more well known, Asuka's Fortress. And more stuff ensues. Bagan eventually reforms himself as Ghidorah and returns to his home planet, meeting with Ghidorah and Griffin, whom both get power-ups. Ghidorah getting a stronger army of probats, and King Ghidorah becoming the Emperor Ghidorah. All three of them make their way to Earth, where Bagan arrives, and everyone is sent into a frenzy. He engages in battle against Cthulhu, and same with King Kong, whom at this point has also gained the powers of Sun Wukong. And yeah, things are not. Every single thing on Earth tries to make its way into Hollow Earth. And yeah, it's absolute pandemonium and chaos as everyone is trying to deal with this demonic threat, just with these three demonic monsters that just came from the sky. Yeah. And as they do that, Junior soon comes to the finish of his arc, and humanity and the kaiju decide to go for one last stand and face down all three of them. With the help of Asuka's Fortress and the other human allies, against Griffin, Mothra with the help of Mothra and her ally against Ghidorah, and Junior with the help of his allies against Bagan. All of them, and as such, a three-way final battle begins. And it ultimately culminates in Junior standing one last time against Bagan. Ghidorah and Griffin have been killed, and everyone has joined the fight against him to no avail. Bagan seems to have won, but in one last act, Junior stands to his feet and calls upon the previous two that fell before him. They merge with him into some power, and with that power, Junior eventually beats Bagan at the end, and with that, Junior and the kaiju return to the sea. That was very hit or miss. That was vague. That was not exactly the way I would have positioned it, but it's the best way I could summarize it.
I just wanted to say something.
That was extensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make it clear that I kind of lost the story many times due to the audio issues, and it made me miss like very important details. For example, the part where I got lost. I just want to say this so you know that it's not like a problem with the story. It's just that I couldn't really hear it well. When Mothra and Kong were trying to defeat a kaiju that I cannot really remember which one it was, again, due to the audio. After that, Godzilla 2 sacrifices himself to save Godzilla Jr., right? And then you have a 10-year time skip. Did I get that part right?
Yeah. Like everybody, the kaiju that you forgot, I think it was Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, I knew Griffin was there, but due to the problems with the connection, I didn't really know what he was doing, because because I couldn't really hear you well. But yeah, like that, I have like points where I knew what was going on, but then I completely lost the context. So I just wanted to say that because I'm sorry that I cannot really say more. But I just wanted you to know.
A lot of these were just vague ideas that in what could be described as chronological order.
It was really good. I like it. Like it's a big spanning story pitch. Like, would you want us to be like a movie series or like a TV show?
Television series. That's the way or if the backup comic run.
I
Audio
think like
issues
definitely a TV
aside,
series would be would work really well because I wasn't sure if you're thinking this is a movie because I was like be a lot of movies, but if it's a TV show that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of it as.
Yeah. Yeah, audio issues aside, I really liked how you connected all of the different concepts and stuff. I thought it was really cool, and having all those like concepts that never went through, like imagining them all in like this universe is really interesting and fun.
Yeah. I even tried to bring a lot of the concepts with the designs. Like for the Godzillas there, I based each one of them off of a scrapped American design mixed with the storyboard version of the 54 Godzilla. So for the first one, it was Steve Miner's design. For the second one, it was Stan Winston's. And then for the third one, it was the 2014 concept art.
Like the big kind of very, very dinosaur-y one?
The top one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one. That one, that's based off Steve Miner's.
No. I mean, like the 2014 concept that's like very, very dinosaur looking.
Oh, yeah. That's the one I based Junior off of.
Okay.
Yeah. And I also took a bit of... one of the designs I posted, I think... Let me see if I already posted them in stream submissions real fast. Let me grab them. Yeah, I have the 3 designs. I've just posted the 3 designs in stream submissions. So yeah, 3 other designs as well for characters.
Say that again one more time. Sorry, again it cut out again.
I posted
Oh,
3
I
other
see, yeah.
character designs in stream submissions.
There.
That's my take on the Bride, which that one was really tough because is so, and then that's what I'm going for Junior's final form, based off of Gemstone and the followers concept arts, with a little bit of Luz Nocera's final form in the Owl House, final power up in the Owl House in there, and then I have Mothra, which I based off of some of Cotham's concept art and the new Mothra design from IDW, mainly with the head.
I like it.
Yeah.
Actually, I really like out of all the designs, I probably like the Mothra one the most.
Yeah. Mothra looks nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Of course, and we're trying to bear with it, so we did what we could.
Yeah. I might go because I don't think I want to break any audio issues anymore. I'll listen into the stream, but yeah.
Of course. I mean, what's it called? Like it settles. It's not like super bad, so like don't feel pressured by that.
Yeah, it's fine. I also might want to go eat dinner, like finish my dinner as well. So
fair enough.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is probably where I'm going to leave it. So yeah. Just to chill, you can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World, where I post kaiju and versus related concepts. Biggest among them upcoming being a video essay about Project Nemesis, which I am halfway scripted. Oh boy. And then yeah, and I have some other video essays in the work. And you can also find me on Instagram and Kara, where I post kaiju, where I post artwork story, and for Godzilla Legacy itself, which, yeah, I'm really happy with where I'm going for this. And then I also am so and yeah, go read Project Nemesis, go watch the Gamma movies, go watch Ultraman Rising, go watch Transformers 1, go watch Sonic 3, please. And go watch Tengen Toppa Girl and Lagan. It's fantastic. And yeah, better. Take care. Peace.
Yeah.
There you go.
And now there were 4.
Now there are 4. Wow, I think it's your turn, my man. Was there anything you put in the stream submissions or no?
I think one wanted to show some ideas at some point on chat, but I'm not really sure.
Say that again. Sorry.
Don't worry. I think Strip Lizard wanted to show something before I start. It's fine if you want to like put it.
Wait, did you put it in stream submissions though?
No. I mean, I think Stripped Lizard 25.
Strike Lizard.
Oh,
wanted to show.
I got more articles.
He said, he said he sent you another thing.
Oh, more arts on my channel.
More.
We'll have you go. We'll show more of his art after yours and Sea Monster. Then I'll go.
Okay. So all right. So yeah, I don't have any like submissions art wise as far as like what have you, which really sucks because I wanted to have, would have been nice if I had the time and all that, but such is life. But yeah, I mean, I kind of have been hashing this idea out for at least a little bit, and then so what I have in mind is
looks like I lost Lyle. He'll probably join back in a second.
Oh no! All right, so my pitch is for like I don't know, like it could be considered a short story, or it could even be it could potentially be stretched into like a feature film, maybe like one film feature. The title for it would be Godzilla Phantom of War. What I had in mind for this story is that it's kind of like it's kind of like a bit of an Elseworlds Showa Godzilla movie where like it takes place a decade after the events of Godzilla 1954. Like that movie, in all those details and those characters, they're canon pretty much, but the story takes place a decade later. It follows so if you guys remember, there was a boat in the beginning of Godzilla 2000. There was like this lighthouse keeper or watcher, pretty much. And I pretty much thought to myself, what if I would actually kind of take take the concept of like, I got one of those guys, thinking that he's seen Godzilla, and it's kind of like this psychological thing where it's like, has Godzilla returned? Has he not? What's the deal? Is he seeing a ghost, or is Godzilla like returned, or is there another one? So the story is pretty much what I have in mind is about a lighthouse watcher named Kento Shirogama. He was actually there when Godzilla attacked Tokyo in 1954, and his uncle, who was also a lighthouse watcher, actually perished there as well in Tokyo during that fateful night. But he's kind of doing it, in memoriam of him, just to keep the tradition going. Things go pretty well. He will make sure that fishing boats and what have you, they make it to shore or wherever without any trouble because rocks and everything and what have you. But then all of a sudden, like, one night, and this is like the first night of like significance. Because, like, let's say if I were to do a feature film, it would just be, I would kind of have like the first night that we see of him just be like a normal night, nothing crazy happening, just being like, kind of more or less what's going on, maybe even have like him sort of, kind of remember his uncle a little bit, his late uncle. And unfortunately, it would kind of call back to that tragic night, 10 years ago. But the first night where anything actually seems to hint at Godzilla is, like Kento, he's like, watching over, it's a pretty peaceful night. There's even like a herd of whales, singing, if you will, just doing their thing. He could hear that, but, it's almost like, and it's even from a distance, but, but even amongst like the whales singing, he could hear like this faint bellowing that sounds that really kind of sounds eerily familiar, kind of like it sounded like Godzilla. But he doesn't really report it because he's like unsure if that even was what he thought he heard. And like the fact that it's going on while there were like other sounds going on, like other marine life, it'd be too incredible for him to just jump the gun and just be like, oh my God, he's like, yo guys, I think Godzilla might be back. So doesn't really think much of it. Second night comes along, and it's pretty much kind of a foggy night, and so and he's kind of like, obviously, Kento, foggy night, making sure, just keeping an extra eye out for anything, just to make sure ships are safe, what have you. Then he hears that same bellowing, Godzilla-like bellowing, except it sounds closer to port, essentially. And he's like kind of looking around, with binoculars or what have you. And he's kind of like even looking around where, the rocks are. And at some point, he even, it's like, it's almost like a ghostly like sighting. Like next thing you know, he sees what looks to be like Godzilla's dorsal spikes for a moment, just pop up out of the water. And, before and next thing you know, like they're gone. So yeah, so he's pretty much all like, what? Like did I just see that right? So like the following morning, he's pretty much trying to say like, I think I was checking it, so I was looking at the rock, said I think I may have seen Godzilla's spikes, and like certain friends of his he was talking to, and he was all like, they were all, and nah, dude, it was like a foggy, it was it was like a big, very foggy that night, so you probably were seeing things. So yeah, and he's like, yeah, but they were kind of moving almost. It's like, look, it was the waves, it kind of happens. And so he kind of has doubts about that, like kind of questioning if he actually did see what he thought he saw. Let's just say. Third night rolls around, and it's even foggier. He's just kind of looking around. He's like, all right, I'm like this, like maybe this thing isn't, maybe Godzilla is back, maybe he's not. Either way, just gonna keep an eye out. And then he sees the spikes again. And kind of coming up. Only this time they're glowing a little bit. Like they're actually up, or at least they're up enough to where the spikes can be seen glowing, a blue light. Like atomically charged, if you will. What I had in mind for to digress a little bit, what I kind of had in mind for the Godzilla design is kind of similar to what we see of him in the Showa era, mainly like the 64 design from Godzilla, from Mothra versus Godzilla. But the really interesting, what I first decided to do is like, aside from like tweak the spine designs a bit, in terms of the shape, but also like a really cool thing is like, like how the frosted sort of layer like at the around the tips of the spines. What I pretty much decided is like to kind of reverse the color, where the frosted color is pretty much in the inside of the spikes, so that it pretty much looks as if the spike, like the tips of the spikes look like jagged rocks, and the frosted interior would look like the foam of like the waves going through. Like it's like it really like playing with your eyes almost, your perception. But so Kento sees the spikes again and they're glowing, and he's just like, no, it cannot be. No, absolutely not. It cannot be. Like he's like at this point now he's pretty much just trying to deny himself, of what he's seeing. And then Godzilla next thing you know, Godzilla peeks his head up a bit, and he lets out a roar. And it's pretty much like the roars that from 54. And Kento is like he's terrified. He's terrified out of his wits. Like Godzilla goes back down to sea pretty much. But yeah, Kento is like, oh my god, Godzilla's back. and he's basically losing it. He's trying to warn everybody. But the thing is, like, obviously, considering that Godzilla in the 54 one pretty much was killed, people don't really have much reason to think that that there could be another one, or that original could even come back in any way, shape, or form. So people are like, no, Kento, you're crazy. Okay, that thing, like, that Godzilla died. Like everybody, it's been reported, it's been definitive. That scientist Serizawa, took him out, and and Kento's like, no, guys, seriously, he's back. Like, and we need to do something. We need people to get out of here. And they're just like, look, listen, we cannot have a panic, over a ghost story. So, yeah, or at least in that general idea, like people just still don't believe him. But yeah, and then this leads us into essentially the final night that we see in the story, where Kento is pretty much like he's pretty much kind of beside himself in a way, but he pretty much knows that if if Godzilla does come up and he does make landfall, someone needs to warn the people, and stay on the lighthouse. They have to keep watch in case he comes back, and so it figured might as well be him, for his uncle if nothing else. And then Godzilla comes up out of the ocean. There's a little bit of what I have in mind is that this would be like suspense, pretty much. A build up to it, and Godzilla comes up, like all the way up, and pretty much starts to make landfall. Godzilla is pretty much looking almost eye to eye to Kento, and Kento is just even he's trying to send a distress call to anyone who would be listening that Godzilla is on shore, and and then Godzilla just takes a little swipe of his tail, pretty much, whether it was intentional or not. It would definitely be up to. It's definitely up to interpretation, more or less. But and the lighthouse gets destroyed and Kento perishes. And basically the last thing we see is him lying dead in the rubble with with radio chatter going on from the other side of people just going like, "Yo, Kento, what's going on? Yo, Kento." As sirens blare, and this is all taking place during a storm, pretty much. It's kind of like a stormy night, essentially, and the sirens blare would get people to think, oh, this could be, so is it a typhoon, pretty much? No, the sirens blaring, they're for Godzilla. And that's pretty much where the story ends. Essentially, Godzilla has returned, whether it's the second Godzilla or essentially a ghost in a way, but really it's definitely, whatever it is, it's real. And I could definitely see this being, if this were to be made into a film, be something that A24 or someone could make, because this is definitely a more, I definitely had in mind of this being a more psychological type of film, but or story. But yeah, that's my pitch.
I like that from the very beginning. You can tell that it's horror just by you describing the sound. It reminds me a little bit of a Lighthouse. With this guy being basically out there on his own, just experiencing this bullshit, and
The Lighthouse would. Yeah, the Lighthouse was a big. Yeah, I definitely took a lot of cue from the Lighthouse, pretty much just the atmosphere of everything.
Yeah, I thought that was really well said and put with the lighthouse and the setting and all that.
Yeah.
Also, when
I agree. Also, someone in the chat mentioned the foghorn. Was that an influence at all, or no?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's Ray Bradbury's story that was the influence behind the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Yeah.
That's I'm not familiar with that story. It must have been
interesting.
Must be an eerie coincidence, maybe.
I thought someone was gonna say something. So I didn't want to interrupt. But when you said that, you have the whale sounds and all that, I imagine kind of like the '98 Godzilla hum,
Oh yeah,
the one he makes, right? When you cannot really see him, but he's in the water.
Oh yeah, right.
It always comes back to '98, the greatest Godzilla.
Shut your mouth. You be glad it's Christmas, boy.
Hey, if everybody's copying it,
Wait, it's all '98? It always has been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't even trying to copy 98 with that, but yeah.
You know, I think Ishiro Honda had like a time machine, right? And 98 exists in every single timeline, but he went back in the past and stole the idea. I think that's what happened.
That's
98
right.
is like the source of everything.
Yeah. Yeah. 98 is the alpha and the omega.
Incorrect. Like the Antichrist, maybe. But
Well,
Lau,
no, I'm
it's
just
your turn, my friend.
So before we do anything, like I'm kind of on the same place as Sea Monster. I didn't really have much time to do much. Um, Actually, I started thinking of this story last night for like 4 hours. Actually, that's for later. That picture that you're showing is
Oh, that's for later?
for a little bit of context. And the first one is that Godzilla picture that looks a little bit like Showa.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So I imagine also that Sea Monster, since you said that you wanted your Godzilla to look like 64, but a little bit more, realistic, basically, it might kind of look like what I sent first. Simsila, if you can show that one, I think it could work for yours. Of course, without the spines, because yours were inverted on the color. But is that what you had in mind, Sea Monster?
the color palette for the spines, like you know how the white is like at the tip of the spines, and you got
Yeah.
like the inside
So
being the
with
darker
yours,
colored.
it will be inverted. So it
Yeah,
looks like,
inverted.
yeah, the waves.
Yeah.
But like when you say, it looks like Showa, is it like a little bit like this as well? Like
Um.
chubby.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, I mean, that could work as well. I generally kind of thought like when I was thinking like 64, pretty much, I was thinking like Mothra versus Godzilla because, like I said, my idea was kind of more of like a Elseworlds, like an Elseworlds Showa Godzilla story where it's like it's obviously picks up where 54 left off, but it's like its own sort of branching timeline kind of thing.
Okay. That's funny because mine is also about a branch timeline, basically, but from real life. So, as I said, I didn't really have much time to come up with a story. It always happens to me that when you make these streams, I find out like 3 days earlier. So, weekends, Christmas, all of that. I basically thought of this uh, last night. So, as I said, I don't really have much, but for a long time, I had this feel that I wanted a Godzilla movie to have. And so I just worked on that. I had like pictures in my head that had no context. So basically, what I wanted to make was a movie specifically, only one with the possibility to have something coming up later, and it's supposed to be like a Showa homage, but mostly of the 70s. Like not that much from the originals, mostly the 70s. Like, but at the same time, it's supposed to be like the 70s encapsulated into a movie. It's not just Godzilla. It's also like spies, that typical like classic James Bond type of music. A little bit of Godzilla versus Sea Monster. He looks like Showa, like this design that you're looking at. It could be a guy in a suit, it's like very fluffy looking, even though he's a little bit more scary, a bit more realistic. He still looks like a puppet or like a suit. So what I did is in this timeline, Japan didn't surrender, and actually they got nuked 3 times, which basically made it so that when Godzilla appeared, he it was way faster. Like it didn't take that long for him to come up in full size. And also due to this, many countries started going into Japan, the Soviets, the USA, a lot of European countries. And at the beginning of the story, you get a little bit of this narration, with images, news footage explaining the universe. And you see that all of these countries are going into Japan to help repair the damages from Godzilla because Japan actually never really recovered. You know how in the 80s and 90s Japan was at the top of the world? Well, in this universe, that's literally impossible. They are like barely hanging because of all the monsters. So the reason why so many countries are actually trying to help is not really because they care, it's because this Godzilla that I'm gonna use has basically -1 levels of regeneration, and everyone wants the G cells. So you get this introduction, you get this, there was a movie from Millennium that has like a little bit of information about a team that specializes in Godzilla control or something like that. I don't remember if maybe it was 2002. But anyway, so the movie really, really picks up with the main character who's part of this crew that's from the Japanese government. And what they have to do is basically to investigate Godzilla cells, you need to get a chunk of Godzilla. So every time he goes, like he gets fucked, pieces like fall off of him, but you need to basically freeze them really, really fast, or else everything dies. Like the chunk of Godzilla is completely useless. So these quads have to literally be right there, basically right next to Godzilla when there's an attack. So it's basically like the kamikaze, it's suicidal. So you have them surviving a couple of tries. This is the group that survived the longest. So they became friends, all of this. And one day they actually managed to capture a fragment of Godzilla before it's too late. They freeze it, and as soon as they get it and they confirm with their base that they finally have a chunk, you have the Soviets, you have the Americans, you have Europeans, and even people from like the Middle East, literally turning the city into this kind of spy thing where you cannot really trust anyone. Everyone's chasing for that piece of skin, and Godzilla's literally still there, destroying everything. So you have like this sequence where they are running through the city trying to prevent other countries from taking the cells and killing them. Because of course, if the Soviets take the cells, they don't want anyone to know. So these guys are like fucked either way. They basically escape at the last second from the Russians and go to this island where Japan has a super secret technology, basically. And here's where we start noticing some things. When they escape from the Soviets, two of the people in this crew of 4 have these EMP guns, basically, that help them escape. Japan shouldn't have this level of technology. So this is kind of suspicious. And when they reach this island where they have this facility, everything is like really futuristic, and this again shouldn't be possible for Japan in the state that they are. Turns out eventually that aliens came up to Earth after the bombs dropped. Basically humanity made those fucking things, they made them explode, and we were noticed by a different species that was in space, which is actually something that is believed by many people that like believe in aliens. that basically they started coming to our planet, mostly because of the Second World War and the bombs. And you have and these people realizing that their government is not really their government, that the Japanese government has been infiltrated and they don't really know who to trust. So they have to take the Godzilla cells out of the grasp of the aliens, but they're trapped on this island. And then basically you have like all of this espionage, escaping the base. They find out that these are basically the cockroaches from Godzilla versus Gigan. And yeah, then down on this base, these aliens have a lot of projects that they have been trying to make, and they actually have some kaiju, which in this universe would be Kumonga, Kamaguras, stuff like that. They are all aliens, and these aliens cannot control Earth kaiju because they are too different from the space kaiju like Ghidorah or Gigan. So basically, they have them for safety and trying to escape and sending a message to the outside. They find the remains of Mogera, which will be like basically a super tank that can transmit information. So they send a beacon asking for help. Fuck it, if it's the Russians, USA, like whoever, like someone needs to stop these aliens. But basically, Mogera was set right before he was, decommissioned to send signals for the kaiju via echolocation. So basically, now you have in this island a bunch of monsters coming in to destroy each other while these people are trying to escape and finding out who they can trust to, get these cells out of there. And yeah, there's a lot of fighting, and in the end, Godzilla kills most of the aliens. Happy ending, but I will leave it open, being that most of the aliens actually managed to be captured, but some of them escaped. And you don't really know in which governments they're located, so there's possibilities for a sequel later on, for example. And Gigan survives, but Ghidorah dies in the end. Sorry, I'm trying to whisper if you have noticed, because here it's like 3 a.m. So
Oh, I'm so sorry for that.
also my nose is stuck. So
What if I just like scream really loudly and see what happens?
you wouldn't be able to be heard because of the cell phone, but
Yeah.
if I speak too loudly, yeah, everyone wakes up.
Dang, I got foiled.
You got foiled, boy.
I got
And then,
bamboozled.
I do have some of the scenes planned. So just to recap, once they get to the island, they find Mogera, as I said. He's kind of functional. There's a part when I'm thinking that besides being a transmitter, he could be more, but like maybe one of the arms shoots one missile, and you have like the one chance to use it to maybe hurt Ghidorah so Godzilla can, defeat the monsters. But also, when it comes to powers, as I said, this Godzilla doesn't really have much destructive powers. It's mostly melee, healing, and he doesn't really have much of an atomic breath. And Gigan, now you can show the second picture if you want to.
Yep. One sec. I think I still have it up. Yep. There we go.
So again, I didn't really have much time, but I took his laser from Final Wars, which explodes into like a star. I don't know if you guys remember how it works.
Yeah, the shotgun cluster essentially, where it like fires as a beam, and when it hits impact, it spreads out and creates some other explosions.
That's it. So, but here, it's more like a T shape, because I was thinking that he could like fuck Godzilla up with the angles, so he like shoots to the side, but when it explodes, it hits Godzilla in the eye. Like for example, there was this scene that I was thinking of when Godzilla finally arrives to the island, for example, you have many other monsters that were attracted by the echolocation signals that Mogera was sending. One of them was the fastest one to arrive there, which was Rodan, and Rodan got literally fucked over by two Komongas, one Kamaguras, Gaigan, and Ghidorah that were defending the base. Like, Rodan gets deleted, basically. So by the time that Godzilla gets there, Rodan is dead on the shore. You have all of the other kaiju that are going back to the base, and he just comes out, and you have like this moment where he's facing everyone, like it's 1v5, and if you can Ghidorah as 3 people, it's 1v7 literally. He basically kills 2 of the Kumongas immediately. And I was thinking of the angle thing, with Gigan's beam, because I was thinking of this scene where he like steps on Gigan's head, and Gigan like barely lifts his head up a little bit, and he shoots a missile. But because of the angles that you see, like it's like basically he's playing 4D chess all the time. He hits Godzilla in the eye, and this Godzilla is going to get really fucked up because Gigan, like he has the boss, so he has all of these insects basically fucking him up all the time. And yeah, like it's gonna be a little bit of a bloody bat compared to Showa, but it's not really supposed to be a movie that's like super light-hearted or really dark. I would like to keep it in a place where it's like entertaining enough, but also you have the stakes, so it's never like too funny, but I wanted to really go for that 70s type of take on the story.
What I do have to say is I think that outside the story being good itself, I think that you have such a good dedication to the aesthetics of the era that it feels very much of its time in the best way it can. And I think that like that is what carries that story because of that.
Yeah, I could totally see this being like a pretty as like another chapter in the show era, pretty much in that like of like the '70s portion, and great. I would say it definitely has the potential to be well, concerning what the Godzilla movies that came out in the '70s, so it's like aside from the Mechagodzilla duology, it's like, the competition's not that stiff, let's just say. So this one would actually be pretty, could work pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really cool like vibe of the story, and I like the just the visualizations of them and the drawings and stuff there. I really like just the way you told everything, and it sounds like it could fit well for that kind of like era.
Thanks. I was like trying to draw something at least, but like I don't have my computer, so I had to literally use scraps of paper.
Yeah, well, even using scraps of paper, that's still impressive though.
Well, actually, if you want to, I can send you one more shot.
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. So this will be supposed to be an homage to the King of the Monsters shot that you have with Ghidorah and Godzilla, and also from Heisei. I cannot really make it as big as it should be, but this will be like the moment right before everything, like the big fight starts. Because basically, once Godzilla arrives, I want it to be like a constant fight until the very end of the movie. Like, meanwhile, all of the other action stuff with humans is happening at the same time. I don't know if you can see it now.
Yeah.
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 It's probably on an angle.
Even though it's at an angle, like for a sketch, you put in a lot of good detail. And this like Gigan looks very much like Gigan. Same with Kamakris, the Kamunga's Dead
I
Rodan.
think it's a very solid storyboard sketch.
Yeah, it's a really solid storyboard.
Oh yeah, definitely. That it could look really awesome.
And one more thing I was considering of, is to have, a subplot of these different types of aliens, right? So when they go underneath the base, they find, these monkey aliens from Mechagodzilla?
The Simians.
Simians. So I was thinking, you could have like the last simian that survived the attack of the cockroaches on Earth, trying to help these people, against the invasion, helping a little bit with the new technology. So, you introduce more sci-fi stuff along with the espionage, spy genre. I don't know what the word is. But yeah, I wanted to make it as sci-fi and spy thriller as possible. I actively decided not to use Mothra because I didn't want to use too much fantasy. Because Godzilla normally is a mixture between both. So yeah, I was probably going to make a storyboard. If you want to, I can send it later for different things. And yeah, maybe structure it a little bit better. But yeah, like it was nice as an actor.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
Nice.
Alrighty. I guess that
I'm gonna have to head.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to head out. I'm gonna have to go. It's
Of course you
I have to,
leave when
like,
I'm about to do my pitch.
Damn.
No, okay, don't worry.
Lamau.
Don't worry,
Bye.
man.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll catch the playback. So I guess I'll show my channel here since other
Yeah,
folks have
definitely
done
put
it.
it in the chat.
Let me go ahead and do that here while I'm so yeah, you can find me on YouTube here. Sea Monster Essays, or the Sea Monster, as I posted in the chat. So yeah, I've kind of been trying to work on my Final Wars video, but such such as life, I haven't really been able to find the time to work on it as much as, or even have the energy to work on it as much as I would like. So that one probably won't be done before 2024 is over. I definitely cannot promise that anymore, but I can say I'm definitely going to try to work on as much as I can before it's over, so that I can get it out for you fine folks somewhere in January. But I also have other projects that are kind of in the pipeline as well. But but I don't want to rush anything or really make a whole lot of promises of when they'll come out or even what exactly they'll be. Trying to work on it. I would say I am at least working on writing a GXK essay video. But that one's gonna take a bit. But I also host live streams, Sea Monster Live, where you'll find me, Zim or Black Garudi, and and other fun folks like Sea Animus and Minecraft World, talking about movies or talking about videos. I've even had the Omniviewer come on a couple times. So the next live stream is going to be on the upcoming Nosferatu film. Once I see that, as soon as it comes out. So, and that will be on Saturday, December 28th at noon. So hope to see you all around for that. And
Adios.
and as far as recommendations, Sonic 3 is pretty good though. So check that one out for sure.
Live and learn.
Live and learn. Yeah.
Hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think about anyway. I'm trying to think of like last words to end on. Long live Captain Gordon. manliest man to ever man and the stash.
Isn't that guy dead?
Yeah,
No,
and I.
alive. He's alive.
Night.
Eastman.
Adios.
I have to go to. It's
Dang.
like 3 a.m. also, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, don't worry, man.
Adios.
I don't have any plugs because I don't do this. But recommendations, I guess just watch some Christmas movies with your family, like I don't know, Terrifier 3, for example. Bye.
Yeah, that's a Christmas. This is something you watch for your kids.
Best Christmas movie ever.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, sir.
All right.
And then there were 3.
I guess I do have something for a story. I guess for Godzilla story night.
I'll let you go, and then I will be the final person. I'll end off the stream.
All right. Mine's gonna be a little different. I guess I'm technically breaking the rules here. Mine doesn't really involve Godzilla.
That's not a problem. No.
Yeah. All right. So mine. All right. To set the stage, it's modern day, right? It's like somewhere like down south in America, like Louisiana, Florida, somewhere that's usually swampy, lots of swamp, lots of crap like that. Yada yada yada. The big thing, the big important thing is that this region is full of monsters that keep just coming to these spots, Louisiana, Florida, etc. It's like a yearly occurrence, like a Hurricane Alley-esque place. People are used to it, but like this family, it hasn't really gotten dealt with this problem directly in a while. Not in a major way. Like it like minor, like it's like 20 miles away or something like that, but never like anything drastic until now. No, a swarm was discovered somewhere, some random island in somewhere in Cuba. The Shinomura, this giant swarm organism that is a single massive collective that can combine and pull itself apart at will. And its first place to going is the most abundance of warm air and food it could to make notices, which is of course down south the United States. And sirens, warnings, all are like people trying to predict where it's gonna go, where it's gonna make landfall, and how bad it's gonna be. His family during this whole thing is, well, it's complicated. They're a bit strained at the moment. The oldest brother has confessed he's gay, and let's just say that hasn't really worked well with the parents. And there's been a lot of strain about that. They want him out. They want him out now. And the youngest sibling, the sister, let's just say she's not really digging the whole kicking your oldest brother out over something like this. So there's tension and resentment between everyone. And now this is dropping by. And there's a lot of complications now. The parents want to leave as soon as possible. The oldest brother thinks that they should stay. And it's very likely that it will not hit them. The youngest, having bias over recent event, this with family matters, decides to trust his brother's gut. And after some bad words and resentment between everyone, the parent decide to, since the older brother is like old enough to be like an adult and stuff, like 18 and stuff, like 19 or whatnot. So, and the wife convinces the husband to leave, and barely he wants to give the younger sibling a choice to stay with his sibling or come with them. She's like 18 or whatnot. She's an adult to make her own choices in this case. She again chooses to stay with her brother. Let's just say, but he left on very bitter words, very nasty words. So after that, the next couple of days run by, they're watching news poignantly, making sure everything, if anything goes wrong, they leave immediately. So, and the swarm, as it approaches, basically shreds anything in its path. Ships, power lines, anything at all, really, that it could consider food source. However, the local kaiju of the region, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on perspective, is the one and only Titanosaurus. And all the commotion and noise woke it up from hibernation, since all the vibrations were able to. It could hear things leading through his feet like an elephant, basically. And all this noise woke it up. And it's hungry and it's annoyed, so it is traveling in the direction of Shinomura. Now, let's just say this is a Category 5 situation. If you compare this to a hurricane, 2 kaijus about to meet, and a lot of hell is about to break loose. But again, everyone's trying to figure out when and where, since they can't try, but ultimately can't stop them. Ultimately, it is exactly not that far from where the family lived, and any last minute skirmish, grabbed as many things as possible, and try to head out of Dodge, just barely escaping the war that was about to break out. Not though they got a good scare and got very close up look, seeing just how powerful and seemingly invincible Titanosaurus is. As the Shinomura swarm attempts to devour and shred it, but Titanosaurus is too tough. It's compared to Godzilla in terms of pure physical raw might. Any like thing they try to throw at it is basically impenetrable armor. So, despite a very long fight that lasts like 3-4 days, these many buildings destroyed, and a good chunk of infrastructure shredded. Ultimately, the Titanosaurus was able to simply just outlast it and tear it apart until the swarm decides, all right, this shit's not worth it anymore, bye, and then leaves, leaving Titanosaurus to just dig around for a little bit before it decides to go somewhere else. As this whole thing's happening, the family finally gets back together, and a lot of things sort of are still there, despite them being more grateful to see each other. There's still resentment in the air from the youngest sibling and the father. She still hasn't let that go yet, and probably won't be for a while. So when they eventually go back, of course, power is out. Infrastructures, most places don't have power, or they're just completely fucked over. So they have to. So for the next couple of days, it's just living, I guess. Going to what it's called, the shelters, trying to get food and stuff. The youngest sibling wants to help and try to make a difference, but she misunderstands how she can help. She wants to go in and help people and rubble and stuff like that, but after there's some explaining from his own from her father and others who in charge of operations to try to clean up this mess. Sometimes you can't always. The best way to help people is the least exciting way. Sometimes you just gotta give food to people who need it. Sometimes you gotta wash clothes. Sometimes you gotta do this or that. It's boring, mundane, and tedious, but it's necessary, and everyone needs it. And during these moments of mundanity, they finally talk, actually talk, not yell or insult or condescend, but sit down and talk like people, and listen to what the other is saying and feeling. The father still is a little in the middle ground about the whole thing, but he understands that after everything, he can't just let his own pride and everything get in the way, because even though, yes, he does not agree with what his son's choice is, what he is doing and his lover, that's still his boy. He raised that kid. He's still a good man, and he only can have one of him. And if he wastes that on something petty, he will regret it for the rest of his life. So, and then that's more or less how it goes. Everyone's just sort of hoping it never happens again. And as they chill out and hopefully enjoy their day, they watch the TV, and to the despair and frustration of everyone, another kaiju, a bunch of Kamacuras woke up because of the incident with Shinamura, along with a large Kamacuras. So it ends on a comical note of the father just saying, "God fucking damn it, I fucking hate Florida." The end.
It's like Godzilla meets Florida Man.
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah,
I like
it's a really
it's
cool story.
It's very wholesome, and it also it feels very realistic. So I do enjoy that.
Yeah, I enjoy the aspects of the setting and the characters and all that.
Yeah, I I dealt with some hurricanes down here, so I figured, you know what? Let's just kind of talk about that, huh? That seems like a very fitting thing. Now, for like what the monsters look like, I didn't really plan anything out for like looks and stuff. So I'm just gonna throw in some stuff that will probably be my inspirations for the two. Just throw that there.
Say that again. Sorry. Did you have some? Are they in the?
Yeah, I sent it to you. I sent it to
DMs?
you.
Okay. 1 sec. Let me get that one. And let me grab that other. It's a little small for the second one.
I did like watch you some videos and stuff about the hurricanes that hit like Upper Florida and stuff, and I found a lot of it very interesting, and like a lot of it was talked about stuff that I felt like never really gets brought up with these natural disasters or kaiju flicks, since a lot of time we talk about kaijus in the sense that they're natural disasters incarnate, hurricanes, storms, or that type of stuff. But we only ever talk about it in the sense of their devastation. We never really talk about it in the aftermath, the relationship people have with natural disasters, because natural disasters aren't just like big cataclysmic events that are so big they lose meaning. They are real intangible things that happen to everyone, that can happen to everyone. And a lot of time it's the actual destruction is the the smallest part of the story, the story that is the shortest. Really, the biggest part of a lot of these natural disaster stories is the aftermath, or the everything that happened before and after. Like, how will everyone handle it before and after this whole big disaster? And I don't really see a lot of monster movies really talk about that, or at very least go really in depth into the nuances of that. Like I read some stuff about like how like sometimes they gotta have people with guns guard like rations and stuff to prevent like people from like stealing them. There's some stuff about like how there are like these disaster tourists who will like drive around taking pictures of all the devastation and not really help with anything. And or like how like some people were like want to help, but they only want to like save people, quote unquote, and not want to do the other stuff that are less interesting but more important type of stuff. And I think that's like a very real thing that can be talked about more.
You know, like I think something like that works well for like a TV, like a movie with a specific character, but that also lends itself really well to TV, because then you can keep tackling that situation again and again through several episodes. And unlike a movie where like recycling the same plot can feel a little stale with the TV show, the serialization sort of helps in that aspect.
I think like if it were to be a TV show, it should be like different kaijus, and each one represents a different kind of natural disaster.
Yeah, you can like play around with their power sets and stuff to like,
Yeah, like
have different situations play out.
maybe like an earthquake represented to like Baragon and I don't know Manda or something. I don't know what dinosaur. Actually, no wait, the Baragon fighting Gorosaurus,
Mm-hmm.
or something like that.
No, it definitely works out well. Like I do like the idea. I would love to see you in like another stream pitch, do a similar story, but like do a different scenario. But that gets me. It's time for me to do my my pitch finally. After everyone is gone. 1 second. Let me, Vic.
Yeah.
You mind I just realized I cannot find where I have my notes. You mind just being in charge of stream for just a second?
Sure, yeah, I can do that. All right. Well, Zim's doing that. Let's see. I'll just wait.
So like huh?
Were you here for any of my pitch?
Oh no, I don't think I was.
Well, basically, the pitch I had was basically an old fanfic story I had with like because I've had like my own like I guess fan goji that I've had for a while and like a long time ago. Not too long, but before any of this, I'm sure I had written down like a whole story about it. Just 1 second, let me just step away real quick.
Are you in that what was it, that fan goji server?
Which one?
Hold on, let me try to see what's called. Yeah, fan goji community server.
Actually, I am not in that server. I do not believe.
Would you like an invite to it?
Sure.
Let me just go grab it. I don't think I have you, my friends. I'm just gonna put it in chat. There.
All right, cool. I'll be sure to check it out because I've heard that chat around. I've seen stuff about it and stuff, so maybe I'll check it out.
So, like, what's your pitch about?
And I'm back. And the moment I
never
get
mind.
back is when I hear. So, what's your pitch? So there we go. All right. My pitch is Godzilla: The Sunken Empire. Originally called Godzilla: The Lost Continent, and then I completely forgot. And then I even had the book Godzilla and the Lost Continent, so I decided to change the name just a little bit. So the opening scene is of a research sub that is kind of gliding through the water. We see a little bit of ocean life swimming around it. Kind of similar in tone to the opening of Terror Mechagodzilla when they're looking for the remains of Mechagodzilla with that sub. So similar vibe to that with some intercuts between the crew and just sort of like surveying the area. And they come across a series of what appear to be underwater ruins. And one of the lead scientists comments on the structures and states how they are very similar to Akkadian structures, but they are far from the Middle East. They're closer to more like around where England is, near Spain, that part of the Atlantic Ocean. But these structures also have a mix of Roman but also Celtic influences due to seeing some Romanesque type pillars with markings that are very similar to like what the Celtic Druids painted on their structures. But the other scientists kind of deliberate on the discovery, but the vessel is rocked and we cut back to outside the sub as the water churns around them and bubbles sort of obfuscate the screen as the crew kind of hold on to what they are in the sub as it's kind of violently pushed towards the surface. it's interspersed with scenes of several crew members retching in pain, and others are like screaming in agony as the pressure change in the sub is fluctuating so much as they're adjusting for their ascent. Some of the crew who are able to kind of deal with the pain are trying to find a way to initiate the emergency ballast tank blow systems on their sub so that they can deal with the pressure as much as they can. And finally, when the turbulence stops, they ask around for damage reports, like what happened, what's going on, was it like a volcano or something like that? And they realize now that like everything stopped, but they're perched on their side. So the scientists and a few others kind of climb up to the top of the sub, realizing the fact that like one, they're not moving, and what they come across is a new landscape that they're in awe of. So there's a lot of classical prehistoric vegetation strewn about, and it's contrasted with several fish and other marine life that is sort of flopping around on the ground. And as they climb out of the sub further, they examine the island that they're on and realize the fact that it kind of goes into the horizon. So this place is a lot bigger than they thought. And as they like test the ground, there's no dampness that would imply this has been underwater this entire time. Like it's damp for like a kind of marshy prehistoric environment, but they were just underwater seconds ago. And further off in the distance, they spot the structure that they had seen that they thought was a ruin, but it's actually far bigger, if not almost metropolis-like in its construction, but it has clear classical influences. So when you think of like Art Deco New York and how very distinct that aesthetic was for New York, where it has almost like a fantasy vibe to it, imagine that, but with more distinctly ancient vibes to it. And as more of the scientists venture out into the landscape, one of them ventures further into the undergrowth, examining an odd rock structure. But he peers closer. He is shocked to see a large eye opens up in front of him. His screams are heard off in the distance, and we cut back to the rest of the crew, who creep back towards the sub, but soon run when they hear a roar and something breaking through the tree lines, which we do not see ourselves. We only see glimpses of it. And we cut back to inside the sub as they're trying to like find at least some way to hide. The sub is now hammered around, and we get a shot of this sub kind of being spun around, similar to the scene in Jurassic Park 3, where the Spinosaurus is flipping the destroyed plane around. And what can be implied from this is that the creature is moving this sub in a similar manner, and people are being thrown around while others are instructing those who can't really like get up themselves to like haul those people further into the sub and as far away from the outside structures as possible. And we cut to the engine room, and we hear another crash, and something in the engine room compresses, causing it to collapse, and an explosion, which takes the entire ship. And now outside, we just sort of see the smoldering remains of the sub, which highlights the creature's legs. But the creature itself is silhouetted against the sky with a kind of sauropod-like visage to it. And it lets out a roar that flings the camera into the sky. And we now see that an entirely new landmass has formed out of the Atlantic Ocean. And that's where you get like a credit scene, Godzilla Sunken Empire, woo! But we now cut to Aaron Vaught elsewhere in the world with Lee's talking in front of a large auditorium. What's up?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do you have like any like visuals for any of these scenes describing?
No, unfortunately, I do not.
Dang.
I like probably I might cut this out and make a whole sort of what's it called, like a small video doing the pitch, but I don't really have anything on hand. But I guess I can see what I can find on the web. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, you know what? That fits perfectly actually for a picture. Present, share screen. Yeah, so at least for the structures that you see, you're kind of getting something similar to this. Like it's very classical, but it's huge. So things like that as well. Or like that. This right here, this is kind of what you're getting in terms of how the lands, like the human parts look versus the prehistoric environments. So, escapes. Actually, no, that's perfect. Even though it's AI. No, I don't mind AI, but I'd rather use something else. I think that's better. Yeah. So, something similar to this with the landscape, and this is the AI image. I was like, it has a similar vibe where I wanted to have a lot of similar dragon trees with a lot of large mountains, the mist, things like that, but also having these large, sort of swooping canyons and structures interspersed with these buildings. But again, cutting back to Aaron Vaught, he's elsewhere in the world in a large auditorium with his new book on display, Tales of Lost Lands. And he comments on how many civilizations, such as Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, and Hyperborea, were misconstrued tales possibly of actual places or old names for territories that we do know of. One of the people in the auditorium raises her hand, mentioning how Godzilla proved his theories about dragons being real, and asks whether Atlantis itself could be real as well. Aaron clears his throat and states that it's possible that a known kingdom might have gone by the name Atlantis, but it's all inconclusive. And since this is going off the John DeBont script, we know that Marty had become an alien and had talked about ancient civilizations in the past, but stuff like that's under wraps and not everyone knows all of that information. So the public is still kind of in the dark when it comes to these things. But as he mentions this, there's someone that Aaron spies coming into the auditorium and rushes over to where the projection screen is. And Aaron is kind of shocked, but he's also upset because someone's kind of messing around with his slides. And he's quickly pacified when this person switches over to the news, where the giant landmass has been discovered. And the news has dubbed it Atlantis has risen from the sea. And the auditorium begins applauding Aaron, who is left in shock. And I didn't have any specific dialogue for the pitch, but kind of something like, I guess I'm right again, or something like that, to sort of underpin the hilarity of this scene. And since in the last book, his like dragon book essentially proved that Godzilla existed based on the information he collected, I wanted a similar thing to happen here. And we now turn our focus to Jill, who is at our house grabbing some supplies before heading towards the door and is stopped by her daughter Tina. The two converse, and Tina wishes her mom well while Jill hides out, being escorted by military personnel to a base in Massachusetts. She catches up with Aaron, Flair, and Abro Benedict, who task the trio with leading a research task force to examine the island. And the group catch up on their trip to the landmass, so you get to see sort of where everyone is at their life and sort of how things have changed since Godzilla's been around. And as they begin to talk about Godzilla, he soon attacks them out at sea, which results in a fun ocean battle towards the first third of the film. And with the support of several aircraft, we see that the military has been preparing for Godzilla's return if he were to be a threat to humanity, and use a synthesized amniotic fluid to try to disable the monsters, similar to how they did in the first film. But Godzilla appears to be unnerved by the fluid and continues his rampage. The characters are able to escape into some lifeboats and escape the ship, while Godzilla continues to destroy what is left. Godzilla letting out a roar, and we cut to several ships from a different fleet out in the South Pacific, which in a similar manner are suddenly rocked, and we watch as another landmass rises up from the ocean. One of the ships is lifted up into the air by an ancient pyramid-like structure similar to those that you see in Thailand, and at its apex, the ship is balanced on a massive structure, which is a symbol similar to that of the head of a serpent, and the ship is unable to keep bouncing on top of this symbol, and we see the ship pitch and then crashes to the ground, panning out to this new location. So the stage is set for now 2 islands, one out in the Atlantic and another in the Pacific. When our main heroes finally make it to Atlantis, this is where the second act kind of takes place for most of the entire film. So Godzilla makes landfall along with them, and the characters must now avoid him while trying to learn the origins of the civilization. While they do this, they have to avoid mutated dinosaurs. Think creatures similar to Anguirus. These dinosaurs pose a challenge to Godzilla physically, as well as our human characters. So you have several different types of dinosaurs. I would want to stray away from things like Triceratops or Velociraptor. So I'm thinking more like giant pachycephalosaurs, giant stegosaurs, explicitly like stegosaurs. The giant sauropod that we saw in the opening sequence appears here that Godzilla gets to fight, and that's interspersed with essentially them learning about what this place actually is. And along the way, they discover a small device that appears similar to that of a staff, and in function it essentially is a staff. Like imagine Gandalf's staff from Lord of the Rings. There's no buttons on it. It doesn't really seem to do much else except kind of glow from time to time if someone thinks about something hard enough. And what it does is that it affects Godzilla in certain ways. If they are far away from Godzilla, if they sort of focus on the idea of Godzilla, Godzilla gets closer. But if Godzilla is kind of in that area and they try to make him go away, it just makes Godzilla angry and he kind of flies into like an aggressive, violent rage and destroys everything that's kind of close by. But if Godzilla is violent beforehand and they sort of think about like, what can we do to make Godzilla stop? Godzilla kind of pacifies and doesn't really like become a friend, but more or less just sort of goes about his business, as Godzilla has been sort of trudging through the island, fighting all the other monsters. And as the characters are moving around this place, they are hearing the fights of other monsters with Godzilla throughout this entire time there. So Godzilla is essentially going on a mass killing spree of the creatures on this island. And
So, like, would you like? Because like, I'm thinking of this. Like, would that mean like Godzilla is like an invasive species on this island? Then
no, because here is going to be the big reveal and something that's contextualized from the first film. Because what we learn is that it wasn't aliens in this continuity that created Godzilla. Explicitly, it was Atlanteans, and the Atlanteans were one of several empires that ruled in an age unrecorded by history. As the Marty alien creature stated in the last film, he says, "We left it in stasis, created from dinosaur genetic template. Alien probe would awaken it." That is contextualized as Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, and Hyperborea were given the gifts of genetic manipulation by these aliens to create guardians for their planet to explicitly protect them from the Griffin, which we learn was not an independent creature, but in fact the first of these aliens' creations. So the Griffin itself was a parasite to planets because it was an out-of-control weapon of mass destruction. And as a result, the aliens, realizing their own folly in creating a monster, decided the best thing they could do was try to create monsters for other civilizations in order to protect their planets.
so Gamera.
Similar to Gamera, yeah. Although, ironically, if the first Demon Godzilla movie had come out, it would have predated Gamera. But neither here nor there. But the Empire of Mu used their guardian to try to conquer the world before the Griffin would appear and essentially create a hegemony of Mu, while Lemurian Hyperborea's guardians fought against the creation of Mu, Manda. And Manda was successful in killing their guardians, who were both put into stasis in the hopes that they might be able to recover and heal themselves. And the aliens helped defeat Manda and sort of smite him down with the best like they could. But the aliens also realized that the Atlanteans too had a same propensity for conquest. And that's where we get the context for this line here that the alien also mentioned. Civilizations old, from the stars gone now, Earth had 3 moons then. What we learn is that at this point in Earth's history, there weren't exactly 3 moons, but rather 2 larger asteroids that were in orbit near Earth's moon. And so the aliens took the dormant Godzilla to the Arctic for Godzilla to not be used as a weapon like Manda was, and use their own DNA and essence to create the amniotic fluid. And because they were essentially able to break down some of their number into the amniotic fluid, their essence, in a way, was what actually controlled Godzilla, because they understood the genetic manipulation better than the Atlanteans and therefore had some control over Godzilla. But now that the amniotic fluid itself is synthesized and no longer contains the essence of these aliens, the amniotic fluid has no effect on Godzilla. And since it was all used up by the end of the last film, there's nothing that can really stop Godzilla anymore. And so after restricting Godzilla, they used their ship and self-destructed it near the 2 smaller bodies, which caused the Younger Dryas impact and causing a cataclysm which sunk these 4 civilizations. However, Jill is also able to postulate the modern nuclear energy can empower these monsters, and Godzilla's attack on the ships en route to Atlantis was his way of empowering himself to what she believes was to protect his home. This theory is only proven half right, as Aaron posits that Godzilla is killing off the rest of the monsters since he no longer has a directive. Since the Griffin is dead, Godzilla is now a more neutral force. And since Godzilla, to some degree, realizes that the Atlanteans are no more and that the other civilizations that he would have been protecting are no more, he is more reverting to the force of nature / animal that we know from other incarnations. And as a result, he just sees these creatures kind of like invasive species to what is his territory. So that's why he's killing them off. And throughout this part of the story, the characters postulating the idea of cyclical civilizational decay. And what this means is that the aliens rose to a level of decadence that they thought they could manipulate life and create super weapons in the form of the Griffin, which caused their civilization to become destroyed. They came to Earth and found these civilizations, which had risen to a great level of prowess. And they thought maybe since we had learned our lesson, we could impart this lesson to this civilization, not realizing that at a certain point, a civilization's decadence will cause them to eventually fall, and that these civilizations were doomed to inevitably fall to decay regardless. And in a way, the creation of these monsters just sped up the process, and Godzilla is a folly of the Atlanteans, as well as Manda and the other Guardians are the follies of these other civilizations. And ultimately, there's a parallel to how we created nuclear weapons in order to end a conflict. So too did the Atlanteans and the aliens create Godzilla to combat a threat of their own. And essentially, like, that is the big theme of this story, is sort of righting the wrongs of the past, but also acknowledging that we're going to keep on encountering these problems. And it's a matter of being diligent within the time you have in a civilization to do what you can. But this whole act is interspersed between the Atlantis segments and Benedict briefing the team while relaying information that he's glimpsed by the other team, which is sent to the other landmass of Mu, where we learn that Manda, similar to the Griffin, was reduced to a much smaller creature that has been killing off the team there, similar to a slasher movie. Think Aliens with its structure, where you have a much smaller creature that begins to multiply before coalescing and finding what is a bigger version of Manda. And these smaller Mandas can fuse with the bigger one. And the final bit of information we learn before the rest of the team is killed off is that the Empire of Mu, knowing that they were doomed to lose to the aliens as well as the Atlanteans if they used Godzilla, sacrificed most of their population immediately for Manda to consume. And like the aliens, were able to imbue it with a misanthropic nature towards humanity. And the final survivor of this research team finds a large tomb underneath the temple where the first ship had collapsed from. And inside this tomb, he finds other old Muians left in stasis, essentially a welcome, like, wake-up snack for Manda. And Manda levels the temple, eating the remaining Muians and killing the last person of this team. So essentially that plot goes dark. And Godzilla, now sensing Manda, uses his atomic breath and blasts the landmass, causing it to sink once again, fully destroying Atlantis for good, while Jill and Co are able to escape in a helicopter to get them off the island. And the characters are brought to a destroyer where Benedict informs them of Manda's rampage, where we cut to Manda attacking Japan, with the JSDF and US military trying to do what they can to stop Manda, as Manda is able to break off more of these smaller Manda to attack soldiers on the ground, while essentially swallowing buildings up whole and consuming the people within. The humans are unable to stop either Godzilla or Manda through conventional means, and knowing that these monsters now rely on nuclear energy, the UN has now been in deliberation while they've been in Atlantis to set off nuclear weapons in order to lure the creatures to Antarctica, where the monsters can converge, fight, and hopefully, with most of the world's military fighting together, use all of their munitions, except for nuclear weapons, to try to kill both of them with as much combined firepower as possible. But Jill and Co are able to persuade Benedict to petition for them to go to Antarctica and use the staff to lure the monsters there instead of using a nuclear weapon. Because at this point, we've also learned that the rise of Atlantis and Mu have set off ecological disasters around the world because of the tectonic fission that's occurred here. And as a result, Jill doesn't want to see more of the planet get destroyed, and neither do the rest of her team. So they feel that if they can use the staff, they don't need to set off a nuke in the middle of Antarctica and tarnish it like other civilizations have, because of how, like, essentially pristine Antarctica is. And Benedict isn't convinced until Jill uses the staff on the ship, and it causes Godzilla to fly into a rage and begin pursuing them. As a result, Benedict's kind of in a rock and a hard place. So he essentially petitions for the U.S. government to spearhead the idea of just bringing them to the Arctic, and therefore there's no need to use nuclear weapons. And as a result, there's less ecological disaster, and there's that one crisis averted, and all they have to deal with is the monsters. So although Godzilla senses it, so does Manda, and it leaves Tokyo and heads towards the south. Jill and the team are now able to head out to the middle of Antarctica, where they use the staff, and essentially they try to concentrate all their power to like challenge Godzilla, essentially doing like an orca in a sense, but with a wizard staff. And it brings Godzilla to land, who's extremely furious. But since Godzilla's been focusing his entire rage on the staff and what's causing him to lash out, it allows the U.S. military and all the other allied forces to essentially just fire everything they have on Godzilla. And even though they went really far out into Antarctica to plant this staff and do this plan, they can hear all of the munitions that are being fired on Godzilla from where they are. They're thousands of miles away, but they can hear like small little pop, 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 pops, because there are like hundreds of thousands of pounds of what are essentially just TNT being thrown at Godzilla. So even though they're not using nuclear weapons, the amount of firepower that's being directed at him is like equivalent to several nuclear weapons just being dropped on him, with the amount of like damage that's being put on him. Finally, Godzilla makes it to Antarctica, and at this point, Godzilla now sees Jill and co trying to leave in their helicopter again, and before he can fire off an atomic blast, he senses Manda, and the two begin to clash in the Arctic. And similar to the fight in Antarctica, except it's going to take place in the daytime, and the snow effects aren't going to be as obstructing. We see that Godzilla uses his atomic breath, but Manda is able to divert the atomic breath and coil around him and essentially take him down with the use of yellow electricity. The rest of the Allied forces arrive, and now with even more firepower behind them, Jill and the others watch from the helicopters. Godzilla and Manda continue to fight while they're bombarded with more firepower. And even though Godzilla is weakened and Manda seems to have a direct counter to him, Godzilla is able to use a nuclear pulse, which is able to not only destroy Manda as well as the smaller Mandas that have been dispersing off of him to fight him at other angles. But that isn't enough, and Manda is still able to keep hold of him. And before Godzilla is choked out by Manda, he's able to focus his atomic breath into an almost Shin Godzilla-like beam that bisects Manda, but creates a giant crevice in Antarctica, which causes Godzilla and some of Manda to fall into this dark chasm. And essentially, it's a happy ending for the most part. They realize that, like, one, they don't know where Godzilla is. That beam struck into the earth so much that they can't even see down to the bottom of that. There's like several helicopters that are going down there. They can't find Godzilla. They've dropped probes down there. Like, it goes so deep that there's no trace of Godzilla. Godzilla's essentially disappeared and almost like fallen out of reality in a sense. And after this battle, Jill and the others have decided to study Manda along with what they could salvage of the Griffin at the end of the last movie. They comment on how modern weapons were able to stop this tragedy, but also it was the continued proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, which is what helped empower Godzilla. But also, since nuclear subs rely on nuclear energy, it's not the same as nukes, but a power that was glimpsed from the use of weapons is what made a monster and a new weapon of mass destruction from ancient times even more powerful. So there's more deliberation on that. But what they discover is that, similar to Godzilla, Manda was made up of several creatures, particularly creatures such as snakes and eels, with some species they didn't even know existed. So Manda is a genetic goldmine of information. But what they presumed was an ability similar to that of an electric eel to use this yellow electricity is something else entirely. It's not electricity, but rather a type of plasma that can manipulate gravity. Battle reports from inside Japan comment on weird phenomenon occurring during this battle. So soldiers being lifted up into the air, some of them just completely vaporized like they were struck by lightning, and other strange goings on. And the DNA that codes for this ability comes from an unknown foreign life form, which is similar to the base DNA that the Griffin probe had. So whatever was used to create the Griffin was also in Manda, which has this weird gravitational ability, which they have no clue for, and that's where the story ends.
Very, very cool story. Very
That-
cool.
that's very nice. I like that.
Thank you. Like, I know for me, the biggest thing that I really like, I liked the Ancient Aliens angle that the Godzilla movie had, and the alien part is super nebulous. So I thought that like I could really do what I wanted with the story, but also make it so that I could do more with it if I wanted to. So I wanted to tie up some loose ends. So I didn't want really the idea of Atlantis or Mu being around longer. So destroying them was my solution to that. But I wanted to leave some tidbits that could be explored in another movie. So the idea of some healing guardians, so there's other monsters around, as well as the final DNA reveal about Manda is something I want to just keep in the back of people's head. And it's not gonna, if I was gonna do another movie after this, if I only got a trilogy, that'd be touched upon in the trilogy. But if not, that'd be something that would just be in the back of everyone's head for a long time.
Yeah, I thought the setting was really cool, and I think you really did a good job of continuing from that the '94 script and the John DePont movie.
I think it's very, very thorough and well thought out.
What's crazy about that is I wrote all of that this morning.
Damn.
Yeah. Like the idea of having Godzilla, Atlantis, and Manda was in my mind for a while, but the like distinct plot points were something that I came up with mostly today. And I feel that like as much as I like the DeBont script, I think that very much it needed stronger character work. And I think by tying it down to primarily just 3 characters who had already been established, I feel as though we could explore an interesting theme, but also beef up the characters from the last movie. And even if people are like, oh, the first movie didn't really have strong characters, the next movie they could be like, oh, I guess they all they needed was a good writer. And that's kind of what I wanted to do with this script. I'd say design-wise, Godzilla wouldn't really change all that much. I want to keep him pretty much the same. And the only thing that'd be changed would probably his abilities, as he'd get the nuclear pulse now as an ability. And this would be the result of him gaining the extra energy. And same thing with his like shin focused beam. While with Manda, I was thinking probably if I pull these up, since I'd want to have Stan Winston's team kind of working on this. I'd want something similar to like the Anaconda animatronic that we see in the movie Anaconda. So something similar to this to a degree, but like
All right.
still having explicitly the classic Manda traits. So
just give it a mustache.
I'd give him the horns here, which also tie to something too. The similar scale pattern, the whiskers, which would kind of look similar to like the barbells you see on the Singular Point Rodan, but also having
Rodan.
Yeah, I say Rodan. Geez, Singular Point for Amanda. Damn, I'm tired. But I'd also want there to be the kind of fin bits you see here on the Final Wars design, and I'd also actually keep the fluffy bits here because again also alludes to something, and as a result, similar to how I feel as though the DeBont Godzilla is super faithful, I would want essentially to have a Manda version of this where it takes a whole lot of influences from the real world, but it keeps that silhouette and it keeps the iconic visage. And that's what's important in terms of bringing a classic monster into this universe. So as like, since I feel that the Griffin and this Godzilla design fit so well with each other, I'd want Manda to follow in a similar vein.
I can kind of envision that right now.
Thank you. But and not to mention the fact too is that when it comes to Manda, I feel as though that like a lot of the C-list monsters are C-list because the movies they're in are okay, but they don't get as much strong roles as they should. Like in Atragon, Manda serves his role well, but if Manda was the focus of that movie, I think that he could really have made a name for himself more. And I feel that by taking a character that fits so well within the universe of the Debon Godzilla films with the Ancient Aliens, and since Mu was a fictional, like, well, not fictional, but like a place that people think really actually exists, Manda is a perfect excuse. And like a perfect shoe-in for a Godzilla sequel. And since you're getting you get to be like, oh, the marketing could be like, oh, we're bringing iconic monsters from Godzilla's pantheon, and like people, I don't know, a lot of people would probably be like, oh, well, it's just Manda, we want something else. I think that like this script could be like, oh, if this does well, you might get something more iconic, so just sit there and wait. And
I do like the choice of using obscure monsters.
Like I think like the other thing too is that with Atlantis essentially being like a quasi advanced but also ancient city with dinosaurs, you could do something like Baragon and Gorosaurus on that island, but I feel I would want Gorosaurus and Baragon, Varan, and Gyrus, those monsters, to have their time in the spotlight as those iconic monsters. And they would also save on the film's budget where you're not going to have to license Manda, Godzilla, Varan, Gorosaurus, Baragon. You just have to license those two monsters. So, and like if hypothetically first film does well, they don't have to explicitly shell out again for Godzilla's license. They'd be like, hey, can we license Manda in this case? Cool, we license Manda, film did well originally, we can up the budget, things like that. But in the thing I'm happy about is the fact that we made it to 5 hours. I love that. I find it interesting that instead of going with one of the big five, either it be Rodan or Mothra, you'd said with an obscure monster that is Manda. Thank you. Again, Manda needs some love. I think all the obscure monsters need some love. Like out of the non-Godzilla kaiju movies, Frankenstein Conquers the World is my favorite. And I think because Baragon is one of the strongest of the monsters from those movies. So any chance I can do to give some of the more obscure monsters some love, I'm always more than happy to do so. Obscure monsters need some more love, especially Varan, as I found a new love for him while writing him in the first part of my 4-part Godzilla saga. Manda needs his get back, that's for damn sure. But that is it for tonight, guys. I thank everyone for being with me tonight. I want to thank Vic for being the one guy who stayed all the way through, and for being a latecomer, but still sticking with it to the end. And I think everyone understand it's that time of year, and everyone's got other things, so you all can't sit here and just listen to me ramble. But I appreciate it on the same. I know it's not Thanksgiving, but I'm thankful for all of you guys, and seeing the pretty consistent viewership for tonight was pretty good Christmas gift, and I hope everyone has a great Christmas, and then it's going to be in the next few days. And stay tuned, more things coming next year for the channel. I don't think I'll do a stream for New Year's. I might be doing something, but we'll see. Thank you guys for watching. Where can we find you, Potato?
I not really have anything to promote right now. So, yeah.
Everyone eat potatoes. Let's go with that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Vic, where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube as Kaijunaut. I do videos on Godzilla and the like, so check that out. You can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, all that as either Crispy Vic or Vic's Monstrosities or Vic Monstrous.
And you can find me as Zimzilla everywhere. Just add the OG at the front for Twitter. Yeah. Have fun, guys. And also, even though it's late, we're still going to do at least one episode of Godzilla the series tonight. And I'm thinking probably when I get back, from New Hampshire. Well, I spelled out where I was going. Don't dox me, guys. When I come back from my Christmas trip, we'll do another episode later on this week. So we'll do one tonight, another later on, and then we'll plan for when we next do those episodes. So come into the Discord if you haven't, and have some fun and watch an episode of the Godzilla series with us, guys. I'm Zimzilla, and I'll see you guys next time.
Semper Fi, motherfucker.